Good morning. Starting our dairy goat show here today. With our featured breed, the Saanen breed, we have just a single entry in the 2-year-old class. Really a beautiful doe to start with. A doe that just excels in her general appearance, her upstandingness, her strength and straightness, her correctness of feet and legs. Beautiful mammary system with a lot of area of attachment, very capacious, very soft and pliable in its texture. Tremendous body capacity on this doe, and her width of chest floor, her depth of heart girth, and depth of rear rib. And along with that, she still is extremely dairy, long and clean about that neck, sharp over her withers, clean out over her rump. She'll be first and best udder. This is our 4-year-old doe. Again, a doe that we certainly admire for the body capacity. She shows us her depth of heart and chest, her depth of rear rib. I know that when you get your hands on her in general appearance, back across that rump, she has tremendous flatness and width from thurl to thurl. We'd certainly like to balance up that mammary system a little bit from side to side, but we will give her a first place. This is our class of Saanen age does. We're going to start with the bigger frame doe up here at the top of the class. She excels the other doe in general appearance. Starting with the feet and legs, she's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. She has more proper degree of angulation to the rear leg. She's stronger on those rear pasterns, tighter about her toes, and she handles those rear legs more correctly, more easily and freely. as she moves out about the ring than does that second place doe. In addition, she has the advantage in body capacity with the length of body and length of barrel that she shows us. And in general appearance, she's longer, wider, and flatter from hip to pin and thurl to thurl than is our doe in 2. She is going to grant some imbalance of memory system from side to the second place doe, who we will make best udder in the class. This is the lineup for our selection of Grand Champion in the Saanen show. It is the featured breed here this year. It's too bad there's not some more animals here to represent the breed. Those that we've got here, there's certainly some quality in these does. For me, as you look at this first place line, we have the first place 2-year-old, a doe that I think just excels in all the categories of the scorecard. We get up to the doe ahead of her, the 4-year-old doe, a doe that shows a lot of dairy strength and her sharpness and her cleanliness. And then at the front of the line, the aged doe, again, a big framey doe with tremendous length of back and length of rump, lots of body capacity with that long barrel that she has. But when you put all the pieces and parts together, it's pretty easy to use this 2-year-old. She excels the other does in memory system, in her height and fullness in that rear udder. She's fuller up into the escutcheon. She has the advantage in balance of udder from side to side over both of those does. In addition, she has the advantage in general appearance over the 4-year-old. She's flatter and leveler across that top and rump, particularly stronger through the chine and back, and more nearly level from hip to pin over the older doe. Again, I think a doe that when we look at her, she's a little tighter and smoother through that front end than is the older doe, and just a smoother blended doe from end to end. So the first place 2-year-old will be our grand champion. She was a single entry in her class. So from the other 2 class winners then for selection of reserve, now we'll go up to the aged doe at the front of the line. Again, she excels the 4-year-old in that frame, her length of back, her length of rump, her flatness and levelness of rump from hip to pin, from thurl to thurl. She's more correct in general appearance in the angulation of those rear legs, the way she handles them and tracks about the ring over that 4-year-old. So the first place aged doe will be reserved. There are no champion challenge entries in this breed, so the grand champion will also be our best of breed. She will also be our best udder. starting Toggenburgs with this 2-year-old doe class. Just 2 does here. The doe in first over the doe in second. For her advantages, starting in general appearance, and we'll start right with the top. She's stronger through the back. She's flatter and leveler into that loin. She's more correct and level out over the rump than is the doe that we have in 2. She also walks and handles her rear legs more correctly with a bit more proper degree of angulation to that rear leg. We look at the mammary systems here on these 2 does. The first place doe is higher and wider in that rear udder attachment. She's fuller up into the escutcheon. She shows me just a little bit more overall area of attachment than what we have on the doe in 2. She has more width in that mammary system and carries that width up into that forwarder and lateral attachment a little more so than does that second place doe. In addition, she is a doe that has a bit more body capacity with more depth of both fore and rear rib than does our doe in 2. The second place doe, a doe that's very smoothly blended from end to end, a doe I certainly want to commend for the strength and the correctness of the forwarder and that smooth blending forwarder attachment that she does show us. First udder on the first doe. These are the only 2 Toggenburg senior does in the regular show, so they will be grand in reserve as they stand, and then we'll read tattoos and bring in the challenger.
We're looking for recorded grades. Recorded grades. Come on up to the ring. Your class is next. Recorded grades. Hello. We're looking for recorded grades. Recorded grades are next. 2-year-old recorded grades.
This is our best of breed class for the Toggenburg division. We're going to use this challenger today over our champion of the day. The challenger, a 7-year-old sixth freshener, as compared to our champion of the day, a 2-year-old first freshener. The challenger, to me, the doe at the top of the class, does excel in dairy strength. She's sharper over her withers. She's cleaner out over her hip and pin. She's more incurving down through her thigh. She's a doe that has more body capacity with more depth, particularly of rear barrel, more spring of rib when viewed from behind. As we look at the mammary system on these two does, a lot of similarities. I think when we look at the older doe, she shows me just a little more balance in that mammary system when looked at or viewed in the profile here. She has the advantage as well as having 6 lactations, having gone through that mammary system, whereas the doe in second, my champion of the day, is still working on her first. So we're going to give her that advantage in the mammary system as well. Really a nice pair of does. First udder on the first doe. Starting recorded grades with this pair of 2-year-olds, and we're going to start with the mammary system. Best udder is on the first doe. the height and width of the rear, the overall shape of that mammary system. She really excels in udder support and strength of that medial suspensory ligament, as well as she has an advantage in strength of lateral and fore-udder attachments over the doe behind her in two. In addition, with that mammary system, she has teats that are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor and that hang more nearly plumb. In general appearance, she is more upstanding, walking more uphill. She's stronger through the chine, flatter and more nearly level out over the rump than is the Oberhasli type doe in two. The Oberhasli type doe here in two, although we'd like to change that mammary system a little bit, I certainly do want to commend her for the softness, the pliability, and the really nice texture of the mammary system on that doe.
We have any recorded grade challengers here? Okay, who's this?
Nuclear pasta.
Nuclear pasta.
Your
Okay.
buddy.
Yeah.
Fun name. She was named by a
We're
like,
looking for
7-year-old
Lottie
boy.
Dottie and Peridot.
Lottie's probably on.
Lottie Dottie. You guys got your paperwork handy?
Yes.
Okay. Like handy here near the ring, handy? Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, Lottie's back there.
Okay, we want to try and get her up here. Because there's only one goat in the next class. That's Lottie Dottie.
I'm sorry, he has to do grand before he does champion challenge.
I understand, but you know it's not going to take long.
He's cruising. It's okay.
Anybody know where Peridot is? Peridot.
Oh, Teradot? No, that's not it. No. No idea.
Jennifer Kern. Kern. Does she got? No. Hang on. She might be.
Winners from Togs and Saanens, please come sign. Winners from Togs and Saanens, please come sign.
She's trash. There's a whole bunch of pens next to us and nobody's in.
Yeah. Okay. This is. She's not showing out here, so she should be up here. Oh, there she comes. Okay. Great. Is that Peridot? No.
We're moving on.
Okay. I'm trying to find Peridot. Well, anybody know where Jennifer Kern is? Where her? Oh, okay. No, she did. Oh, yeah.
Dairy goat exhibitors, as you milk out, there is a barrel for milk to the left of door 6. Please make sure all of your milk is placed in the blue barrel to the left of door 6. Thank you.
Okay, this is our class of 3- and 4-year-old recorded grades. A lot of differences in this class, different types, different styles, different kinds, and a lot of variation from 3 freshenings down to half of the class is only freshened once. So a lot of differences that way as we look at them and line them up. Starting the class, though, with the doe that has the best udder in the class, the doe that shows me the most width and capacity of that memory system. She's wider at the top of that rear udder, and she carries that width right up through to the fore udder as well. She's more globular in shape of that memory system. She's more correct in her teat size and delineation than what we have in the doe in 2. She certainly will grant some to the height of that rear udder attachment up into the escutcheon to that second place doe. The first doe also has the advantage today in body capacity, in her fullness of heart girth, her depth of both fore and rear barrel, and certainly an advantage in spring of rib when viewed from behind over the second place doe. 2 then placing over 3 in a closer placing. I think the second place doe, though, today, a doe that does show me a little more capacity to that memory system, more fullness and height up into that rear udder, a little more overall fullness in that 4 than what we have on the doe in 3. A doe that in general appearance, as you watch him as she walks around the ring, walks more easily and more freely around that memory system with teats that are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor than the doe that we have here in 3. She'll grant a little bit to the depth of rib of this third place doe. 3 then placing over 4. She in turn for advantages now in memory system to a matter of degree. She's higher, she's wider in the rear. She certainly shows more length, width, and extension in the forwarder than what we have on the doe in 4. 4 then placing over 5, we're going to start with general appearance and upstandingness and strength of top line, particularly through that chine area. A doe that in dairy strength is sharper, cleaner, more angular, more open. She's cleaner and freer and flatter about that bone than what we have here in this doe in 5. 5 then placing over 6, and this is where our does that have been fresh for over a year start. The 5th place doe, so much more capacity to that memory system. Again, more width through that memory system, more overall area of udder attachment. She's more pleasing in the texture of the memory system as well over the doe here in 6. She is going to certainly grant some to the upstandingness and the smoothness of blending of this 6th place doe. It's for that advantage in general appearance at 6 places over 7. A doe that is more upstanding. She's stronger in her chine. She's much more nearly level out over that loin and flatter in that rump from both hip to pin and thurl to thurl. She is a doe that's just smoother blended from end to end, and a doe that shows me a little more overall dairy strength and her cleanliness throughout over this doe in 7. 7 then placing over 8 in turn for her advantages in general appearance. She's a bit straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side or from the front. She's more upstanding. She's stronger in the area of the chine and rump. She's longer from hip to pin. She's wider and flatter from thurl to thurl. And in rear leg, she's more correct in her angulation, and she's a little shorter and stronger on her rear pasterns than is our 8th place doe. And probably one of the closest placings for me in this class is down here between 8 and 9. I'm giving the advantage to the 8th place doe for her body capacity, her fullness of brisket, her width of chest floor, her depth of heart girth over the doe behind her here in 9. She does have more width, more depth, more fullness of heart, more depth of rear rib, more spring of barrel than what we see on the doe here in 9. She will grant a little bit to the length and the strength of rear pasterns as they stand here in line, for which we'll commend that 9th place doe. First udder on the first doe.
Lovely recorded grade class.
Yep, I understand. Violet, yep, you're by yourself. So, okay, recorded grade challenger. I'm gonna be on standby.
In the ring is the aged milker for recorded grade. And then we have 4 champion challengers in recorded grades. And we have some group classes with a couple damn daughters. So we want Alpines on deck. Alpines on deck.
So we got a little, they got to check tattoos and everything. I'm jumping the gun.
Sorry, you're moving it.
I don't want to be here to miss it.
Yeah, right. Although it's only 2 other does. Oh no, first and second.
Okay, in our recorded grade division in the aged doe class, just a single entry, a 6-year-old doe, really powerful, a doe with a lot of strength. She's a doe that we admire for her prominence of brisket, her width of chest floor, her depth and fullness of heart girth and barrel. A doe that's long through that midsection. She's deep and she's wide. She carries that width across her loin and through her rump as well. In addition, in general appearance, a doe that's very smoothly blended and a doe that's correct in her angulation of rear leg, her correctness of feet as she walks about the ring.
Intermediate and sec. Intermediate and senior. First and second. First and second. Chomping on each other.
Okay, so these are our three class winners and the second place does from the classes where there was more than a single entry in recorded grades. Starting here with the 2-year-old, this Alpine type doe. Certainly admire the general appearance, the upstandingness, the way she walks uphill, the long bone pattern throughout, and a mammary system that profiles very, very nicely when you look at her from the side. Ahead of her, we have the 3 and 4-year-old doe, a great Oberhasli type, a doe that has extreme depth in her barrel, lots of body capacity, a doe that's extremely wide and capacious in that mammary system with lots of area of attachment. And then at the front of the line, we have our aged doe, a grade Nubian, a doe that we certainly admire for her general appearance and her body capacity, her smoothness of blending, her length of barrel, her width throughout as well. When it comes down to selection of champion, really today it's between the two younger does. I think they both excel the older doe in mammary system as well as in dairy strength, being sharper, cleaner, and more open than is that older doe. As we look at the two younger does, the 2-year-old and the 3-year-old, one doe has a decided advantage when we look at mammary system in the width of that mammary system, more width, more capacity through that rear udder, a little more width up through the fore udder as well. For her size, she shows me more depth of barrel, more depth of rear rib. That's the first place 3 to 4-year-old doe. She'll be our grand champion recorded grade. We look at the doe then that stood second to her in her class and we pull her into line. And I do admit, again, we really admire for her correctness of mammary system. I think when you compare her now to the first place 2-year-old, who is her strongest competitor here, the 2-year-old now has the advantage in mammary system and the being more pleasing in the shape of that rear udder. She's fuller at the base of the rear udder. She's a little smoother blended with that rear udder up into the escutcheon. She's a tad more correct in her teat delineation. And in general appearance, she's more uphill. She's a doe that has that advantage in straightness of loin and levelness of rump. She's also just a bit straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side than is that second place 3 to 5-year-old. So the first place 2-year-old will be reserved.
We got some group classes in recorded grade, so Alpine is just kind of
Well, first, congratulations to the breeders of these recorded grade champion challenge does. Just a beautiful class all the way down top to bottom. Just really beautiful does, and certainly you can see why they all belong in this class. Starting the class up at the top with my champion of the day, I think when you compare her to the doe that stands behind her in second, in general appearance, she's straighter about that foreleg when viewed from the side. She's a little more correct in her angulation of rear leg. She has the advantage when we look at the mammary system and the width of that mammary system, as well as the correctness and teat length and teat delineation on that outer floor over the big Saanen doe in 2. In addition, she's more correct in her general appearance and her strength of top, her levelness of her strength of chine, her levelness into that loin over the big framed Saanen type doe that we have in 2. She'll gain a little bit in height of her udder attachment to that second place doe. 2 then placing over 3. For me, it's a matter of degree here. We've got the 2 oldest does in the class. I just think the Saanen doe, for me today in the mammary system, shows me more height, more width, more fullness into that escutcheon. She blends a little more neatly into the escutcheon than does the Oberhasli type doe. She has teats that are placed a little more correctly on the outer floor and that hang more nearly plumb. In general appearance, she's a little tighter at that elbow, a little smoother through the front end assembly. She's more correct in her angulation of her leg, and she's a bit stronger on her rear pasterns today than is the 8-year-old doe that we have here in 3. Certainly commend the dairy strength and the capacity of the mammary system, and as well as this mammary system is held up for the number of lactations, taking her over the doe behind her in 4, another real young doe in this class. The 3rd doe, though, does have the advantage today in dairy strength. She's cleaner about the neck. She's sharper over her withers, cleaner out over the loin and down through the rump. She's more open in her ribbing when you get your hands on her than is this Nubian tog type doe that I have here in 4. She'll gain a little bit in correctness of teat placement on the outer floor, as well as fullness and smoothness of that forwarder blending into the abdominal wall to this 4th place doe. Just a beautiful mammary system on this doe in 4. 4 then placing over 5. I think, again, when we look at general appearance and we watch them as they move, she's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. She tracks and travels more correctly on those front legs as she walks towards you. She shows a little more, she's more correct in her length and strength of rear pastern than is the Alpine doe here at the end of the line. As we look at the mammary system, she has a more globular shape. She's smoother blended at the top of that rear udder into the escutcheon. She shows me more length, more width, and more fullness into that forwarder up into the abdominal wall. She is going to certainly grant some to the overall dairy strength, the sharpness, the angularity that we have on this doe at the end, and we certainly commend that Alpine type doe at the end of the line for that strength in dairy and in the dairy strength category. First udder on the first doe.
Line them up. Okay. All right, Ethan, you're in for Jet Fire with the coach facing the door. Jet Fire.
A single entry in our senior Geta sire here. 3 does that do show a lot of similarities in their length, their strength through their front ends, their overall smoothness, their width and flatness of rumps, and they'll be first.
Same goat? Yeah. Where's the other one? The third goat. 2 daughters of the same date. Okay. So the 2 foals Thank you. Only one. We have some competition in the next one.
Again, just a single entry now in the produce of dam, two daughters out of the same mother. Again, these are 2/3 of our Geta sire. They're full sisters. They're deserving of a first place blue.
Recorded grade, dam and daughter. Who are you? All right. And Craig is out there. And Kim Vanderpool around? Kim Vanderpool? Okay. Yeah, the book is way off. That's okay. So we need them up here. There'll be 3 entries in their section for dam and daughter. Dam and daughter? Dam and daughter. You gonna scratch them? Okay. 2 entries, they're scratching. For 1.
We did that one already.
Yeah. There was the 1 entry. Dam and daughter and Vanderpool is scratched. Yeah. Well.
Oh, do you have a scratch too?
You're scratching yours?
Oh, you can't. Yeah,
Okay.
you can't do that.
So single entry. After all that. Ethan, you ready for best 3? Okay. Are we down to just 1 or? Jim, you ready for best 3 females recorded grade? Okay. Got just 1 for this.
Okay, so I guess we're down to just 1 here in the dam and daughter class. A single entry. It's too bad there's no competition. 2 really strong individuals. The daughter on the left. Certainly, you can see the strengths that we have in the dam, and even more improvement with a little bit more upstandingness, a little more length from end to end than what we have in the dam. Certainly, a really nice pair and well deserving of a first place.
He wants them facing the roll-up door. Okay. All right, Ethan. Best 3. And facing the door. Okay, 2. And best 3 females. There's no Jen. How do I know it's Jen? I need my paperwork for Alpine. It says Lindsay. Yeah, that's fine. I want to see Alpine. Ring Alpine. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Alpine. Kathy Kelly. Oh, there's yours. Okay, you're all by yourself.
This is our best 3 females class. I'm going to leave them as they stand. Place the group to my left first over the group to my right in second. I think when you look at the groups, there's just a little more dairy strength. Does it show me more sharpness, more cleanliness? And they're also all more fresh. The group that we have here in second are all does that have been fresh over a year. Not only are they cleaner and carrying less condition, but when you get your hands on them, they're more open in their rib, they're a little flatter in their bone than what we have in the group in 2.
Spencer, if you can come back up to the ring, we have some ribbons for you, Spencer. And Lexi, we got to trade some ribbons out with you. Could I please have the recorded grade folks sign? Recorded grade, so that's John and Lexi.
Starting Alpine's just a single entry in our yearling milker class. A really well balanced doe. A doe that's strong in her general appearance. She shows us plenty of body and body capacity. She is dairy. Beautifully shaped mammary system that's attached very strongly to it. There's no competition for her here in class. She'll be first and best udder.
Okay, 2-year-old Alpine. 2-year-old Alpine. Should be 9 2. Head on in. Should be 9 2-year-old.
Okay, a nice class here of Alpine does to work down through. Starting with the doe for me that kind of wins the class based on her mammary system and her dairy strength. The most capacious mammary in the class, placing over 2 for the height and width of rear, the fullness and the width up through that 4. She has the advantage as well in dairy strength, just being sharper, cleaner, and really a doe that's more open in her rib when you get your hands on her than is our second place doe. The placings here, 2, 3, and 4, are the closest placings for me in the class. I think the second place doe just follows that first place doe a little more closely in the dairy strength. She's sharper over her withers. She's cleaner out over her hip and pin. She's more in curving thigh. She's more open in her rib and turn than is the big framey doe I have here in 3. In the mammary system, a doe that's a little more pleasing in the texture of that udder as well. In general appearance, she is a doe that's shorter and stronger on her rear pasterns than is the big framey doe that we have here in 3. Certainly she'll grant some to the upstandingness and the overall depth of barrel that we have on this doe in 3rd. It's for that advantage in general appearance and the upstandingness, the way this doe walks uphill, her length and width from both hip to pin and thurl to thurl. She has the advantage in body capacity and width of chest floor and depth of both fore and rear rib over our 4th place doe. 4 then placing over 5, an advantage here in the mammary system. A doe that shows me more strength and attachments, both fore and rear, a little more width and fullness in that mammary system. In general appearance, she's stronger through the area of the chine, and in turn, she's more correct in her levelness of rump, and she's more correct in her angulation of her leg than is our doe here in 5. 5 then over 6, in general appearance, she is a more upstanding doe. She's longer from end to end. She's a doe that in turn is flatter and leveler out over that rump, both from hip to pin and from thurl to thurl. She's more pleasing in her udder shape with more height and width of rear, more length, fullness, and extension of 4 than what we have on our doe here in 6. 6 then placing over 7 in turn for her advantages in mammary system. She's snugger about those udder attachments, both fore and rear. A doe that shows me just a little more width through the top of that rear udder than what we have on our doe in 7. In general appearance, she's a doe that's less prominent at the point of shoulder. She blends more neatly from the neck into the shoulder back into the barrel, and she's more correct in her angulation of her leg today than is our 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8 about strength and substance here. A doe that's more prominent about her brisket. She's wider in her chest floor. She's deeper in her harker. She's deeper back through that rear rib. She also carries that width back through across her top, being wider across her loin and rump than is the doe that I have here in 8. She also shows me a little more strength and substance of bone today than our 8th place doe. 8 over 9 is a fairly close placing for me. I just think the 8th place doe, you get your hands on that mammary system just a little tighter and snugger in those udder attachments, a little more bloom and fullness in that mammary system today than what we have on this doe here in 9. First udder on the first doe.
Fly spray?
Yes.
Okay, and you got a couple. Yeah.
3-year-olds. Yep.
I'd be hitting the odds quite a bit. I also probably shouldn't be bugging species. But like,
There should be 9 of them, Bob. And there's a goat spot going on.
make those or you buy them?
I think we buy these.
To all the goat exhibitors, just remember, you guys have the option to vote for the nominate judges for next year. So be thinking about looking at the list online of current judges. We have a list up here too. And remember, we have ballots to nominate judges for 2026.
Yeah. I've been doing this often enough that I'm used to having them nibble on my collar and stuff, you know, it's fine. I'm trying to stay out of the way, out of the ring, you know. That would drive the judge nuts. And then you end up with the wrong goat out there, and then that's a disaster. Yeah, you have the wrong age, and then disqualification, and then all the paperwork gets messed up. You know, having the wrong goat out there is like. Right now, this is the 3 and 4 year old. 3 and 4 year old.
a nice class of Alpine 3 and 4-year-old does here again, all the way down to the lower end of the line. Really some nice quality animals. I'm starting for me with the doe today that I just think puts the 4 categories of the scorecard together the best. I think when you look at her compared to the second doe, she's just a little bit more balanced. I think when you look at the mammary system, she's wider at the top of that rear, and she carries that width through that mammary system just a little more correctly than does the second place doe. We look at her front end assembly. She's a little smoother blended from the neck into the shoulder. She's a little tighter at the elbow than is the doe in 2. She's a little more correct in her angulation of her leg than is the big framier doe that I have here in 2. 2 and 3 is a closer placing for me. We're going to give the advantage to the second place doe in general appearance, in her upstandingness, her strength of chine, her flatness of loin, levelness of rump. Her correctness of those rear feet and pasterns is a big part of why she's ahead of this third place doe. She is going to grant some to the width of the overall area of attachment and the capacity to this third place doe, who I am going to make best udder in the class. It's for that advantage in mammary system, in the height and width of rear, the fullness in that rear, the way that it blends up into the escutcheon, as well as the length and the capaciousness of the forwarder that carries her over the doe behind her in 4. She'll gain a little bit in flatness of loin and levelness of rump to this 4th place doe. 4 places over 5 for advantages in general appearance. She's stronger across that top, being stronger through the chine, flatter in her loin, more nearly level from hip to pin. In addition, she's more correct in her angulation of her leg than is the Sun Gal doe that we have here in 5. That doe in 5 over the doe behind her in 6. In turn, for advantages in general appearance, she's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side or from the front. She's more correct in her angulation of rear leg, a little more correct in those rear pasterns, and she handles those rear legs more correctly as she moves out about the ring. In addition, she's a little snugger at that elbow and fuller in the heart girth than is our doe here in 6. 6 then over 7, an advantage here in mammary system. I just saw a little more height in rear, a little more extension in 4, though she certainly is going to grant a little in the overall frame and length of body to the 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8 for advantages in general appearance. Again, a doe that's more correct about that front end assembly. She just blends more smoothly from the neck into the shoulder on back. In general appearance as well, she's stronger in her chine. She's much more correct as she levels out into that loin, and more correct in her flatness and levelness of rump, both from hip to pin and from thurl to thurl over that 8th place doe. And then 8 over 9, we look at the mammary system. She's more balanced and udder from side to side. She has an advantage in the snugness, particularly in that forwarder attachment. She's a doe that's more correct in her teat size, shape, delineation, and placement on the udder floor, with teats that hang more nearly plumb. She certainly will grant some to the depth of rear barrel and the tremendous openness of rib and dairy strength, for which we'll commend that 9th place doe. Again, first udder on the 3rd doe.
John Kane. Please come sign John Kane.
Okay, this is our class of Alpine age does 5 and over. Kind of an interesting class, a lot of differences and different kinds and types in this group. When you put everything together, I just think the first place doe, because of the advantages that she shows me in overall general appearance, in her length, her levelness of top, her flatness of rump, her angulation of rear leg, as well as her body capacity, her depth of heart girth, carries her over the doe in 2. I think she has a slight advantage in the mammary system, and that she shows me less cleft in that udder floor. Her teats are more clearly defined, more clearly delineated from that udder than what we have in the doe in 2. All that being said, she is going to grant a little bit in dairy strength to the second place doe, who is certainly cleaner from end to end than is the doe in 1. 2 then placing over 3, and it's the advantages in the mammary system and the strength of those attachments, both fore and rear. She's higher and stronger in that rear. She's tighter and firmer in the forwarder. She'll grant a little bit in the delineation of teat, although we certainly will give her the advantage in the correctness of the shape of teat over the doe that we have here in 3. 3 then placing over 4 for the advantage she has in dairy strength and in mammary system. In the and dairy strength, she is a doe that shows me more openness of rib. She's cleaner out over that rump. She's cleaner down through her thigh. In mammary system, she has a more capacious udder with more overall area of udder attachment, as well as more balance of udder from side to side. Certainly she'll grant some to the teat shape, teat size and teat shape to the doe that we have here in 4. This fourth place doe, beautiful doe in general appearance. You have to admire her upstandingness, her straightness of top, her length of back, her length and levelness of rump. Just like to see more bloom, more fullness and capacity of that mammary system to get her any farther up the line. But I think she does have enough of an advantage in that general appearance to get her over the doe behind her. She's more upstanding. She's longer back. She's longer about the rump. She's stronger in her chine, flatter in her loin, more nearly level from hip to pin. She's more correct on her legs all the way around, being straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side or from the front. She's more proper in her angulation of her legs. She's stronger about the rear pastern. She's tighter about her toes and more proper about her shape of foot than is the doe that I have here in 5. All that being said, she's certainly going to grant a little bit to the bloom and the capacity of mammary system that we have on the doe here in 5. And then 5 placing over 6 for that advantage in mammary system. We are seeing a little more fullness today, a little more length and extension, slightly more balance and udder from side to side, as well as a doe that shows me more depth of full rib, more depth of rear rib, and fullness of rear rib than what we have on the doe in 6. First udder on the first doe. Okay, these are the first and second place animals from the Alpine classes. Starting down here with the yearling, just a single entry in that class. As I said in class, a really well balanced doe, beautifully shaped mammary system. It's very strongly attached. Both fore and rear. Ahead of her, we have the 2-year-old, a doe with tremendous capaciousness of that mammary system, a lot of depth of body, both fore and rear rib on this doe, a doe that's wide and long and flat out across her rump. Ahead of her, we have the 3-year-old, again, a doe that shows me that balance like I see in the yearling, a doe that's very pleasing in the udder shape. When we look at her in this profile. And then finally at the front of the line, our aged doe, a doe tremendously long in body, long about that back and long out about her rump, a lot of depth and width to this doe as well. As I look for selection of champion, for me today, the competition is really closest between the two does in the center of the line. I think they both have the maturity over that yearling at the left, at the bottom end of the line. They both have the advantage in dairy strength and in mammary systems over the older doe at the front of the line. As I compare the two of those, for me, the 2-year-old has the advantage in mammary system and overall capacity and area of attachment. She's more correct in her teat placement on the udder floor, and teats hang more nearly plumb than on that 3-year-old. So we're going to use that first place 2-year-old as our grand champion Alpine doe. We bring in the doe that stood second to her in her class, and again, a doe that's strong in general appearance, a doe that's flat and level out over her rump, a real pleasing shape to that mammary system. I think when you compare her to the 3-year-old, we're giving up a little bit in width of mammary system when we compare her. I think the 3-year-old's got more width throughout that udder, though she is going to gain a little bit in correctness of teat placement on the udder floor, and teats it more hang a little more nearly plumb to the 2-year-old. I'm going to go to the 3-year-old for that width of mammary system, the depth of both fore and rear rib, and she'll be my reserve.
Kathy, we need papers and tattoos. Good dairy goat exhibitors, please have your books ringside. Please bring your books ringside when you come to show.
Okay, this is our best of breed class for the Alpine division. And again, some really nice does as we look down through the line. We're going to start the class up here with this 7-year-old six freshener over our champion of the day, who's just a 2-year-old. The advantage in age and maturity, the advantage in those extra lactations through that memory system also make her our best udder in class. A doe that I think excels the second place doe in that memory system. Teats that are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor. She's just a little more correct, or more a little stronger in those attachments, both fore and rear, than the doe that I have in 2, my champion of the day. In addition, in general appearance, she does have the advantage in upstandingness. She is a doe that walks more uphill to a taller point of withers for her frame than does the doe in 2, and she's straighter on her front leg when viewed from the side. 2 then placing over 3 for the advantages in the mammary system, the height, the width, the fullness of rear, the depth at the base of that rear, the overall fullness and capacity and area of attachment over the third place doe. 3 then placing over 4, giving her an advantage, starting with the mammary system, a doe that shows me a little more fullness at that rear attachment, a little more fullness at the top. In general appearance, she's more correct in her angulation of rear leg. She has the advantage as well when we look at body capacity and that heart girth. She's deeper in that heart girth, fuller in the heart girth than the doe that we have here in 4. 4 then over 5, starting with the mammary system, a doe that just shows me a little more fullness, a little more bloom to that udder today. She has the advantage in dairy strength. She's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more angular throughout than is the doe here in 5. And then 5 over 6 in general appearance, particularly in strength of those rear legs. She's more correct in the angulation of her leg, the strength and length of rear pastern over that doe at the end of the line. She'll grant just a little bit to the fullness and the capacity of the mammary system, though, to our doe in 6.
We need all first place udders in the ring for best udder of breed first. All first place udders in the ring for best udder of breed first. For Alpine.
Janet Jackson, we need Matisse back in the ring for best udder of breed, best udder and show. We need Matisse back up in the ring. Anyone know where Janet Jackson's located? Where? You think she left? Okay. Katie Murphy? Okay. You're ready for produce and dam after get up sire? Okay. On standby.
Okay, for best udder, we've got most of the best udder does out here in the ring. The one doe we're missing, didn't have quite the strength of mammary system of these other does that are out here, so we're just gonna go on rather than try to find her here in the barn. As we look at these animals, we have the first place yearling, a beautiful shape to that mammary system, though certainly not quite the capacity we have on some of the other does ahead of her. Our champion of the day, a 2-year-old, again, a lot of capacity, a lot of area of attachment on that mammary system. Ahead of her, the 3 to 5-year-old doe, a lot of width, again, a lot of strength and extension of 4, a lot of strength in the lateral attachments on that mammary system. And then at the front of the line, we have our champion challenge winner, who doesn't have maybe the most capacious udder, but when you look at the overall shape, the strength of the attachments, the correctness of teat placement on the udder floor, and the fact that she's had 6 lactations through that mammary system, we're going to go up and use the older doe at the front of the line, the champion challenge winner, and make her our best udder.
Hey, Bob.
We going now, right?
Okay, in the ring should be Alpine Get a Sire. We're looking for 4 entries. I just want to let you know that after the Alpine show, we're going to take a brief break to kind of do some housekeeping around the holding area and in front of the bleachers so we can get some bedding down and sweep some things out of the way. It's getting a little messy. So we'll take a 5-minute break, but Lamancha's should be on deck. Lamancha's on deck.
Okay, this is our Alpine Senior Get Sire class. I'm going to line them up as they're standing from my right to left. Starting with the group in first, I think just a little more uniformity when we look at mammary systems, a little more in the shape of those udders, the overall area of attachment, the balance of udders from side to side over the group in two. Two has a little bit more age, a little more maturity. Certainly we have the advantage in them over the group in three in dairy strength and an overall uniform strength in their general appearance. This third place group, we've got a couple of does that are pretty strong in general appearance and a doe that's maybe not quite as strong as the other two, making them a little less uniform as a group than what we have in the second place group. And then three placing over four, it's about uniformity. And when we look at the capacity, the memory systems are more uniform in their shapes. They're more uniform in balance of udder from side to side, the overall fullness, the capacity, as well as a little bit more uniform in dairy strength across the group, a little sharper, more angular as a group than what we have in the group in four.
Go for it, Lexi.
In our produce class, we're going to start to the group on my left here. I think a little more uniform in their overall dairy strength, their angularity, their openness, a little more correct in the textures of those memory systems over the group in two. And then 2 over 3, just so much more goat, so much more volume. The advantages in body capacity and length of barrel and depth of both fore and rear rib, the capacity and the shapes of those memory systems, and certainly in maturity over the group that we have there in 3. Three nice groups here in the Alpine dam and daughter class. What makes the difference for me between these first two is the daughters are the ones that are closest to us in this lineup. When you look at the daughter of the first group and compare her to her dam, I think I'm seeing more improvement in angulation of her leg, a little more strength and substance of bone, a little bit more correct in the shape of that memory system. We get into the second place group, two does that are certainly strong in their dairy strength. They have a lot of capacity to the memory systems. I think maybe the daughter, though, not quite the angulation of her leg, maybe not quite the flatness of rump that we have in her dam. So I think maybe she's not quite as strong as her dam is in those categories, which makes a difference for me in placing those two. Two then placing over three, I just think as we look at them as a pair, they're just a little more correct in their general appearance and their overall correctness of feet and legs, the way they handle those rear legs as they move, a little bit in balance of udder from side to side as a pair over the group we have in three. Okay, this is our Alpine Best Three Females class, and I think a fairly close placing between these first two groups. I think, though, when you look at them, we see just a little more overall fullness, a little more capacity, a little bit more overall area of udder attachment on the memory systems in the first place group over the second place group. Maybe just a little bit more depth of rear barrel as well as a group than what we have in two. Certainly the second place group really close, but places over the group in three. I just think they're more uniform in the shape of those memory systems. They're more uniform in the texture of those memory systems as well, and in their overall dairiness, their sharpness, openness, and angularity as a group. As compared to the group in three. And then 3 over 4, again, we start with general appearance, are more correct and more uniform. When we look at the angulation of those rear legs, the strength of rear feet, the strength of rear pasterns, and as well when we get to the memory system, more correct in the shape of those udders, the strength of attachments, the fullness of those memory systems, the correctness of their teats, and their size, shape, and delineation over the group that we have in 4. That does show us a lot of openness of rib in the dairy strength category.
We're taking a brief break to get some cleanup done here by the holding area, and then we'll start with Lamanchas. 5-minute break for cleanup, and then we'll do Lamanchas. While we're taking this quick break, if the winners of the Alpine show could come sign, we'll be caught up on paperwork. Lamancha exhibitors, the judge is ready. So if you're ready, if we're all here, we will start with the Lamancha show. Nubian breeders, this isn't a very big show, so please have your Nubian herds ringside. Thank you.
Starting our class of Lamanchas here. A pretty handy winner, I think, in this first class. A doe that really has the advantage in mammary system, starting with udder support and strength of medial suspensory ligament on that udder floor, showing the more clearly division of halves in the mammary system over either of the two does behind her. She's wider, she's fuller in that forwarder than either of those does, and she has teats that are placed more correctly on the udder floor. She has quite an advantage as well in body capacity, being wider in her chest and deeper through that barrel than the doe that I have behind her in 2. 2 and 3 I switched here at the end. I just think the second place doe, a doe that's stronger across her chine in general appearance. She's just a little more level from hip to pin in body capacity. She's deeper and wider in her heart and chest. She's fuller in her brisket and deeper back through her rear rib than is our doe in 3. In the mammary system, she's longer, tighter, and smoother in that forwarder and is a little more correct in her teat placement on the udder floor than is our third place doe. First udder on the first doe. Okay, this is our class of 3 and 4-year-old Lamancha does, starting with the doe at the top of the class for her advantages in general appearance and angulation of her leg and strength and correctness of feet and pasterns, particularly the right rear leg over the doe we have in 2. In general appearance, she is more correct in her breed type about her head. She's more correct about the bridge of nose than is that second place doe as well. Both those have very, very correct mammary systems. I am going to make first place udder on the second place doe, who's a little more balanced in udder from side to side. She's a little fuller up into the very top of that rear udder. Her teats are placed more correctly on the udder floor, and they hang more nearly plumb. So in a close placing, I said 3 or 4 differences about the mammary, but they're very similar. I am going to make best udder on that second doe. It's for those advantages in that mammary system then that 2 is placing over 3. She's higher, wider in the rear. She's more pleasing in the shape of that udder. She's more correct in her teat size, shape, and delineation, as well as having teats that hang more nearly plumb over the doe that we have here in 3. Okay, this is for selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion here in the Lamancha division. As we look at these 2 class winners, the 2-year-old, the black and tan doe with the white splash, certainly admire the general appearance, the upstandingness, the depth of barrel, the shape of that mammary system. We go ahead of her to the first place 3 to 5-year-old. Again, a doe that's really deep in her barrel, a doe that's really correct in her general appearance, a doe with as nice a mammary system as what we have on the 2-year-old, having that more lactations through that udder. We're going to go up and use the first place 3 to 4-year-old as our senior champion. I think when you look at that doe, especially as you look at her from the rear, she has more a stronger, wider, more capacious rear udder with a little more strength in that rear udder attachment than what we have on the 2-year-old. I think she's a little straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side as well over the 2-year-old. We pull her up out of line. We have the doe that stood second in that class, who very, very similar to that first place doe, except she's a little stronger in the mammary system. And yeah, she's going to grant a little bit in strength of particularly this right rear pastern to the 2-year-old. But I'm going to go right back to that same class, to that second place doe. She's deeper and fuller in her heart girth, fuller in that chest. A doe that shows me more area of attachment, more height and width in rear udder. So we're going to use the second place 3-year-old for reserve. Okay, kind of an interesting placing here in this best of breed class in the Lamancha show. I think these first two does, there's so many trade-offs back and forth between them. When I really start to break them down and really get critical and start looking at them, I just think the first place doe, with the advantage she has in dairy strength and her cleanliness out over the top, out over the rump, the incurving in their thigh, the bloom and the fullness and the capacity of the mammary system gives her that advantage over that second place doe. We look at the mammary system, she's higher and fuller up into the escutcheon, she's stronger in that rear udder attachment, she shows me a little more length and fullness in that forwarder, and for her size, she shows me more depth of barrel than what we have on the bigger, framier doe that we have here in two. Certainly she'll grant some to the flatness of loin and the beautifully level rump that we have on this big framey doe here in two. It's for those advantages in general appearance and her upstandingness, her strength of chine, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump that two places over three. She's a longer bone pattern kind of a doe. Though when we get to the mammary system, I think the doe in three is a little more proportional in the mammary system in terms of its shape and its size to her overall frame. And I think we're going to grant a little bit an angulation of her leg to the doe we have in three. I think a really close placing all the way down the line in this class. First udder is going to be on the first doe. Even though she got beat for first udder in her class, she is the best udder in this class. A single entry in the Lamancha group classes here in the best three females. Beautiful mammary systems on all three of these does. Wide, capacious, really correct in the shape of those mammary systems, the strength of those attachments. Three does that show a lot of dairiness and openness, and they'll be first.
Okay, we're done with the Lamancha show. We're taking a little bit of a shifting around break for one of the exhibitors, and we will start with Nubians.
Okay, this is our class of Nubian 2-year-old does, starting with a pair of does for me that just come to the top of the class pretty easily. When you compare them to the doe in 3, they're just so much more structurally correct in that third place doe and the way that they handle those rear feet and legs and those rear pasterns. But looking at the two of those, the roan doe over the black and white spotted doe, I just thought we'd look at the mammary system. She's a tad wider at the top of that rear. She's longer and a little fuller in that forwarder, maybe just a tad sharper and cleaner out over the hip and pin than is the black and white doe that I have in 2. The black and white doe in 2 over the doe in 3, very similar to that first place doe. She has the advantage in general appearance over the doe in 3 in her upstandingness, her strength of chine, her levelness of loin, her flatness of rump. She's more correct in the angulation of her leg. She's shorter and stronger in those rear pasterns, and she handles those rear legs a whole lot more correctly when she travels out about the ring than does the doe in 3. She'll grant maybe just a little bit to the overall fullness of mammary system we have on this third place doe. It's for the advantage in mammary then that 3 places over 4. A doe that's more pleasing in the overall udder shape. She's more globular in shape. She's wider and fuller at that top. She shows me more length and extension of 4. Her teats are more clearly delineated from the udder than is our 4th place doe. She will grant, however, some in general appearance and strength of top and flatness of loin and levelness of rump to this 4th place doe. For then placing over 5 in general appearance, she is more upstanding. She is a doe that walks much more uphill than our doe here in 5. We look at the mammary system as well, just a tad more extension in 4 than what we have on that 5th place doe. 5 over 6, these two does very similar to me in their overall makeup. I just thought the 5th place doe a little more correct in her teat shape, her teat delineation and length over this doe in 6. And then 6 over 7, starting with general appearance, a doe that's more correct in her angulation of her legs. She's shorter and stronger about those rear pasterns. She has the advantage in body capacity, particularly in depth of rear rib. And then she has the advantage in dairy strength. She's more open in her ribbing. She's cleaner out over the rump than is the doe in 7. First place udder on the first doe. Okay, this is our class of 3 and 4-year-old Nubians, and again, a lot of different types and styles and kinds. And we've got some does that are a little shorter and a little heavier, and some does that are really long and stretchy and kind of immature. So it's kind of it kind of runs the whole gamut of things. I think that when you look at the goats and you think about the scorecard, and we look at where the points go, this first place doe has the best udder in the class, the most width, the most pleasing udder shape, the most length and extension of 4. She's the most overall area of udder attachment in the mammary system. She is best udder in the class. She also has the advantage in body capacity and that depth and fullness of heart girth and that width of chest floor over the doe in 2. 2 then placing over 3 in a closer placing for me. I just think the second place doe, a doe as a third freshener as compared to just a first freshener in this third place doe, a mammary system that shows me a little more capacity, maybe not quite as full and as bloomy today, but I think there's a little bit more overall capacity there. She has the advantage in general appearance and those rear feet and rear pasterns. She's a little more correct in the shape of that foot, and she certainly has the advantage in body capacity, particularly in depth of that rear barrel over the doe in 3. 3 is where we start to get into the does that maybe are just a little bit more immature at this stage. She has the advantage over 4, though, in mammary system and overall shape of that udder. She's more height and width of rear. She has more extension of 4. She'll grain a little bit to the teat placement on the udder floor of the doe in 4. 4 and 5 I thought were very close. I just thought the fourth place doe, a doe that shows me a little more extension of forward, or a doe that's a bit more open in her rib than is the big long framey doe that we have here in 5. This is our class of Nubian aged does, starting at the top of the class with the best udder doe in the class for the height and width of rear and the overall fullness and capacity and bloom compared to our doe in 2. She also has the advantage in body capacity, being much deeper in that rear barrel and showing more spring of rib than our second place doe. 2 and 3 is a closer placing for me. I just think when we look at general appearance, the second place doe is stronger in her chine and in her back. She's flatter in her loin. She's more correct in her angulation of her legs. She's stronger about those rear feet and pasterns than is the doe that we have in 3. In the mammary system, she doesn't show me quite the overall capacity, but I think she's a little more correct in her teat size and length, and she's a little bit stronger and firmer in those attachments, both fore and rear, than is the doe that I have here in 3. 3 then placing over 4 in general appearance and her upstandingness, the doe that walks more uphill. She has such an advantage in overall length. She's longer bodied, she's longer across that back and that rump. She's a doe that in the front end is a little tighter and smoother at that point of shoulder and at the point of elbow than is our 4th place doe. In addition, she's longer from hip to pin and wider and flatter from thurl to thurl than is our doe here in 4. This 4th place doe, giving up quite a bit in overall frame and length of body to some of the other does in the class. Certainly admire the depth and spring of rib she shows us for her size. First udder on the first doe. Okay, this is our lineup for our grand champion in the Nubian division. Starting down here with the youngest does, the 2-year-olds. Certainly admire the general appearance on this doe. Beautifully, smoothly blended through the front end. She's uphill, she's straight and level out over her top, beautifully level out over that rump. A nicely shaped mammary system, a doe that's really strong and sound in her feet and legs. Ahead of her, our 3- and 4-year-old doe, a doe that we admire for her depth of body, her overall width and power. And then at the front of the line, a big, deep-bodied aged doe with this black doe, a doe that shows us tremendous body capacity and a lot of capacity in the mammary system. Looking at the 3 does, it's pretty easy for me. This 2-year-old really best combines the categories on the scorecard. She has such an advantage in general appearance and in dairy strength on both of the older does in front of her. Even though she'll maybe grant a little bit in capacity, a mammary system to those older does, she's so much more correct in her general appearance, her correctness of feet and legs, her strength of pasterns, her strength of chine, her levelness out over the loin and rump over both of those. So the first place 2-year-old will be my senior champion. We look at the doe that stood second to her in her class, and it was a close placing for me in that class between these 2 does. Not a lot of differences. I gave a slight advantage in mammary system to this first doe over the black and white doe. I'm going to go right back to that same class for the exact same reasons. She's so much stronger in general appearance and her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, her angulation of rear leg, her correctness of pasterns. And again, she'll grant some to the maturity and the overall capacity of the older does in front of her, but we're going to use that second place 2-year-old for reserve. Okay, this is our best of breed class for the Nubian show. We're going to use this challenger, a 6-year-old fifth freshener, over our champion of the day, who was just a 2-year-old first freshening doe. I think when you compare these two, she has that advantage in the mammary system. A little more height in the rear, a little more length and extension in fore, plus the fact that she's had 5 lactations through that mammary system, whereas our second place doe, our champion of the day, is still working on that first one. She has the advantage as well in body capacity, being fuller in her heart girth and deeper in her rear rib. She's also shows a little more strength and substance of bone and is a bit more correct in her angulation of rear leg today over our second place doe. 2 then placing over 3 for the advantage that she has today in dairy strength. She's just sharper, cleaner, and angular, carrying just much less condition than what we have on the 6-year-old doe that we have here in third. Certainly we admire the depth and the width and the power of this third place doe, as well as the overall shape of that memory system. Not quite as much balance, so the proportion of that memory system to that great big frame isn't quite as correct as it is in the does ahead of her. But we certainly commend her for her depth, her width, and her power. First udder was on the first doe. In our senior get here in the Nubian show, we're going to place the group on my left over the group on my right. Just a little more uniformity in terms of those memory systems, a little more height and width of rear, a little more length of body and depth as a group than what we have in this group in 2, though we'll grant maybe the group in 2 just a tad more forward or extension and maybe just a little more correct about their teat delineation than our group in first. Yeah. In our produce class, again, we're going to use the group here to my left, just a little more uniform in their length, their strength and length of tops, their length of rumps. The second place does, I certainly admire the openness of rib and the dairiness, not quite the consistency and the uniformity as a pair as what we have in the group in one. Okay, in our best three females class here in the Nubian breed, we're going to use this group up here in the front. I think they're just a little more consistent and uniform in the shape of those mammary systems, particularly when we look at the length and the extension of forwarders, the overall shape of those mammary systems, the delineation of teats over the group that we have in two. Maybe they'll grant just a little bit in uniformity across the group in terms of their overall dairy strength. We have two does that are very similar, and then the black doe who doesn't have quite the strength and general appearance or quite the overall dairy strength we have in the other two. So they're going to grant a little bit to that second place group in that respect. Two then placing over three, though, I think when we look at the mammary systems, just a little more height, a little more width, and certainly more fullness in those mammary systems today than what we have in the group in three.
The Nubian first place mammaries in the ring, please. Nubian first place mammaries in the ring. So we need Hollis, Mad About You, Snow White, and Count Me In. And there are no Guernsey milkers, so we need Oberhasli breeders here ringside. Oberhasli's ringside, please.
Okay, this is our best udder in the Nubian division, and we decided just to bring these 4 goats in one more time to look at them. And just as a quick explanation, the 2-year-old, who is our grand champion of the breed, I also said when she won the grand champion that although she was giving up some incapacity to the older does in front of her, I thought she had the best udder. Then when we came in for best of breed, I made the doe that was first in that class best udder for the number of lactations, the fact that she's had 5 lactations through that memory system, as compared to just working on the first one on our champion of the day. We certainly love the shape and the correctness of that 2-year-old's memory system, and I hope it continues to stay that way and gets more depth and more fullness and more capacity. The older doe is certainly going to grant some imbalance of udder from side to side today, but I am going to use the doe from the challenge class, our best of breed, granting a little bit imbalance of udder from side to side to the 2-year-old, but for the maturity and the fact that she's had 5 lactations and has worked and has held up as well as it has, we're going to go ahead and use her as our best udder of breed.
Kim Vanderpool, we're looking for your 2 one-year-old milker Obies. Kim Vanderpool.
So Foxes and Danielle can come sign because everything's ready.
Nancy Buddington, we're looking for 2 one-year-old Obie milkers. Gracie and Nilly.
Okay, starting the Oberhasli breed here, an easy winner in the class. She just excels the other two does in mammary system, in shape of udder, and height and width of rear, and length and extension of fore, and balance of udder from side to side. She has the advantage in general appearance, and her strength and straightness of top, her levelness of loin, her flatness of rump, her angulation of rear leg, as well as she has the advantage in body capacity and width of chest, prominence of brisket, depth and fullness of heart girth, and depth of rear rib over the doe in 2. 2 then placing over 3. Starting with the mammary system, she's more pleasing in the udder shape. She's a little higher and stronger in that rear udder attachment, a doe that has teats that are placed more correctly on the udder floor. In addition, in general appearance, she's much more correct through that front end assembly, being tighter at the junction of the shoulder and the withers and fuller in the crops. She's stronger in her chine than is the doe that we have in 3.
Two-year-old Obi. Okay, here we go. Here's a couple more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
really a beautiful class of Oberhasli 2-year-olds here, a deep class and really beautiful animals on down the line. All that being said, the two does at the top of the class come to the top really easily for me. I think the two does that have the best mammary systems in the class, I think they excel in their general appearance, and two does that show just a lot of body capacity and a lot of strength. When you look at the first two, the first place doe does have the advantage in mammary system. She's a little wider and fuller at the top of that rear udder. Her teats are placed a little more correctly on the udder floor and they hang more nearly plumb. She certainly has the advantage in body capacity for her size with more depth of rear rib, a little more spring of rib, and in dairy strength. She's longer and cleaner about her neck. She's cleaner over her hip and pin than is the doe that I have in two. Two then placing over three, the advantage in mammary system, particularly in overall shape of that udder when viewed from the side. She particularly is an advantage in the length and strength of that forward attachment over the third place doe. In general appearance, she's flatter and leveler through her loin, and she has an advantage at the shoulder and that shoulder and front end being tighter at the junction of the shoulder and the withers, fuller in the crops, and smoother blending through the top of that shoulder than is the doe that I have in three. Three then placing over four, maybe the closest placing in the class. Looking at these two does, I just thought the third place doe a bit more upstanding. She walks a little more uphill. She's stronger through her chine, a little more correct in her angulation of rear leg than what we have on this doe in four. Four then placing over five in general appearance, quite an advantage when we look at the correctness of the feet and legs, really quite an advantage in the correctness of those rear pasterns and those rear feet over that fifth place doe. She also has the advantage in body capacity and depth of both fore and rear rib. She will grant some to the mammary system, particularly the length and extension of forwarder of this doe in five. Five then places over six for those advantages in the mammary system, the height of rear, the length and extension of fore. She has an advantage in dairy strength from end to end. She's sharper, she's cleaner, she's carrying just less weight and condition than is this sixth place doe. She will grant a little bit though to the overall body capacity to this doe in six. 6 and 7 I thought was very close. I thought the sixth place doe just a little more pleasing in the shape of that mammary system, maybe a little snugger in the forwarder, teats that are a little more correctly placed and hang more nearly plumb. Those teats on that the doe there in 7 just kind of want to turn out just a little bit. So for that advantage, I give her the advantage as well. When we look at body capacity, she's just a little deeper back through that rear rib, though she is going to grant some in dairy strength to that doe in 7th, not carrying quite as much condition today. The doe in 7 then placing over the doe in 8. It's about her in turn, her dairy strength, her sharpness, her angularity, her cleanliness. A doe that's flatter in her bone. A doe that has the advantage in the mammary system and the snugness, particularly in the forwarder. And even in turn, she even has an advantage in correctness now of teats over the doe behind her in 8. And then 8 over 9, starting with body capacity and width of chest and depth of heart girth and depth of rear rib, and then certainly the mammary system. A more capacious udder with more area of udder attachment and more width all the way through that mammary system than what we have on that long framey doe in 9. First udder on the first doe.
We're getting them. There's a lot of overlap. Breeders, so 3 and 4-year-old Obies. Okay, we got Amber. 3 and 4-year-old Obies. We got Amber. very strong goat. He's not very. What? She said she doesn't show well. She's just a grouch. She's retiring her from the show. This is the last show. So she's just a little embarrassed because and it's like
Okay, this is our class of 3 and 4-year-old Oberhasli does, and a lot of differences, a lot of different types and styles and kinds in this class, like some of the others we've seen. I think the top 3 does come to the top of the class, but I think the doe at the top of the class wins the class pretty easily. When you compare her to the doe in 2, she shows me more length and extension of forward. I think her teats are placed more correctly. She has more angulation in her rear leg. She's shorter and stronger about her rear pasterns. She's a doe that's just a little straighter and stronger in her chine and a bit flatter in her loin than is our second place doe. 2 then placing over 3, the advantage she has in mammary system. And when you really see this advantage is when you get your hands on these udders. She's so much snugger in that rear udder attachment. She's a little tighter and firmer in the fore udder as well. Much less movement in that mammary system when you get your hands on her than what we have on this doe in 3. She in turn is more correct in her teat size, shape, and delineation than is our 3rd place doe. 3 then placing over 4 in turn for advantages in that mammary system and the strength of udder support and that medial suspensory ligament. And still, although we talked about the doe in 2nd being stronger in those mammary attachments than the doe in 3, in turn, the doe in 3 is stronger in those attachments again than is this doe in 4. She also has the advantage in body capacity and depth of both fore and rear rib over our 4th place doe. 4 then placing over 5, an advantage when we look at mammary system in terms of its overall capacity and its area of attachment. We have an advantage in body capacity with a deeper heart girth, a more depth of rear rib. Although that's a little, I hate to say this, in general appearance, she's a little more correct about the head. Our 5th place doe, I guess, likes to be a fighter, so she's got that water pocket or swelling on top of her head. The doe in 4th also just a little cleaner about those knees. Again, then particularly the left front knee or the left knee over the doe that we have here in 5. So there's a couple of little things in general appearance along with the body capacity and the mammary capacity that I've already talked about. 5 then placing over 6, it's about general appearance. She's more correct in the feet and legs, both fore and rear. She's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. She tracks more correctly on them as she walks towards you from the front. She's more correct in her angulation of rear leg. She's shorter and stronger about those rear pasterns and is more correct about the shape of her foot. In addition, she's flatter in her loin and is much more nearly level from hip to pin than is our doe here in 6. She is certainly going to grant some to the shape of the mammary system and the fullness and width of mammary that we have on that 6th place doe. It's for that advantage in the mammary system and the overall width, the shape, the strength of the attachments, both fore and rear, that 6th place is over 7. 7 over 8 is about dairy strength, longer neck, sharper over her withers, more open in her rib, cleaner out over her rump. And then 8 placing over 9. In mammary system, it's a more balanced udder from side to side. She shows me a little more width and fullness at this stage. In body capacity, she is wider in her chest floor and deeper and fuller in the heart girth than is our 9th place doe. First udder on the first doe. Okay, this is our class of Oberhasli aged does, starting the class with the doe that excels the rest of the group in the mammary system. She will be first udder. Her shape, her attachments, the fullness and bloom she shows us, the correctness in her teat size, shape, and delineation over the second place doe. She has the advantage as well in general appearance, being a little smoother through that shoulder, a little more nearly level from hip to pin than is our second place doe. In addition, she's a bit straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side or from the front than is our doe in 2. 2 then placing over 3 in mammary system, a much more balanced udder from side to side, more height in that rear attachment, a doe that shows me more dairy strength and her length of bone pattern, her cleanliness throughout over this doe in 3. 3 then placing over 4, though she'll grain a little bit in balance of udder from side to side. It's a more pleasing udder in terms of its overall shape, its overall width. She has the advantage in correctness and general appearance and angulation of her leg and length and strength of pasterns, particularly the right rear pastern over this 4th place doe. And then 4 placing over 5, we talk about the shape of that udder and overall udder support and strength of medial. She has the advantage in correctness in teat size, length, and delineation over the doe that we have here in 5. We certainly admire the dairy strength and the willingness to milk on our 5th place doe. This is selection for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Oberhaslis. We have all the first place animals and most of the seconds in the ring. Oh, here comes the one we're waiting for. So we have all the firsts and seconds now in the ring. Starting down here with the yearling, just a beautifully blended doe, a doe that's really strong in her general appearance, a real pleasing shape to that mammary system, a doe that's real strong and sound in her feet and legs and general appearance. Ahead of her, we have a 2-year-old doe, extremely strong in general appearance, upstanding and level across that top and level out over that rump. Again, beautifully straight and strong in her feet and legs. And again, a really, really correct mammary system on this doe and a ton of body capacity. Ahead of her, the 3-year-old, much like the 2 younger does right behind her, a ton of body capacity, a really strong mammary system, a doe that's still really correct in her general appearance. And then finally at the front of the line, our aged doe, a doe that we admire for her overall length of body, her depth of rear rib, a doe that's certainly held up well, but not quite the overall capacity we're seeing or the fullness in the mammary system that maybe that we're seeing on some of the younger does behind her. As I look at the lineup for selection of champion, as much as I certainly like this yearling doe for her balance and the beautiful mammary system, she's just still pretty immature right now, and she's giving up some of that immaturity in the body capacity and mammary capacity to some of the older does in front of her. So for me, the competition is really between the two does in the center of the line, our first place 2-year-old and our first place 3-year-old. As I look at the two of those, the first place 2-year-old has the advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in her chine, she's flatter in her loin, she's leveler out over the rump. She's a doe that's a little bit flatter in her bone. We look at general appearance, she's maybe just a tad stronger on those rear pasterns than is the first place 3-year-old. And in the mammary system, I think we've got teats that are placed just a bit more correctly on the udder floor and hang more nearly plumb than what we have in the 3-year-old. So we're going to use the first place 2-year-old as grand. We pull her out of line and we pull up the second place 2-year-old doe. And again, in class, I thought this was a really close placing between these two does. I think when you look at this doe now compared to the first place 3-year-old, the competition still really falls between those two classes. As we look at those two does, the 3-year-old has the advantage in mammary system today in terms of overall capacity. She shows me more length of forwarder and dairy strength. She's sharper and cleaner through that front end. She's sharper over her withers. She's cleaner through that throat and brisket, cleaner out over her hip and pin than is that second place 2-year-old. She may grant just a touch in width back through that rump to that first place or that second place 2-year-old, but I'm going to use the first place 3-year-old as my reserve.
That's Whisper.
Yeah, Whisper.
So we are finishing up with best of breed for the Oberhasli. Grand and Reserve, we still have some champion challengers, and we have a lot of group classes. But the next breed will be Sable, and there are not very many Sable. So the Nigerian dwarf are on deck, just to remember you guys are the last breed of the day. I would like to request that exhibitors and the public please refrain from crossing in front of the secretary's bench. It's getting a little crowded here, and people are tripping over the wire. So if you have to go around, I would appreciate it.
Okay, this is our best of breed class in the Oberhasli division, probably the strongest breed we've had out here today in terms of numbers and in depth of quality in some of these classes. It's been really strong. I think a really close placing between these first two does. What makes the difference for me is the first doe is a 6-year-old fifth freshener compared to our champion of the day, who's just a 2-year-old first freshener. I'm still going to make best udder on that second doe, even though she's only a first freshener. I just think she's more balanced than the first doe. She's more correct in her teat size, shape, and delineation. But the fact that the doe at the front of the line has had 5 lactations through that mammary system, I am going to give her that advantage today. She has the advantage as well in that maturity and the fact that she has maintained herself through those 5 lactations as compared to just the first one here on our champion of the day in this 2-year-old. 2-year-old then placing over 3. The 2-year-old over the I believe she was a 3-year-old in third. An advantage in that mammary system. She's just smoother blended at the top of that rear udder. She's smoother blended into the abdominal wall in the forwarder. She's more correct in general appearance in her angulation of rear leg than is our doe in 3. And then 3 over 4 in general appearance is more correct on the feet and legs in turn, both fore and rear. She's straighter on the forelegs. She's stronger on those front pasterns. She's tighter on those front toes. In the rear leg, again, she's shorter and stronger on those rear pasterns and more correct about those rear feet than is our 4th place doe. She has the advantage as well in body capacity and depth of both fore and rear rib, though she certainly will grant some to the overall length of body that we have, and we're going to commend that 4th place doe for her overall length of neck, her length of back, her length throughout. Okay, this is our Oberhasli senior get, starting with the group in first. More uniform in their dairy strength as a group, more sharpness, more angularity. I think just more uniformity in that trait as a group as compared to the group that we have in two. They may grant just a little bit in strength of rear pasterns as a group to the group in second. Second over third, advantage in mammary system and shape of those udders and strength of those mammary attachments, both fore and rear, as well as overall capacity and balance of udders over the group in three. This is our produce class. I think two really good groups here, two really strong groups. I think a little more uniformity in type in the group in first. The group in first is going to be the group on my right. I think when you look at them, they're a little more uniform and consistent in their strength and correctness of rear leg. Certainly we admire the dairy strength and the willingness to milk, though, on this group in two. Okay, this is our Oberhasli dam and daughter class, and these first two fairly close. I just think the first place group a little more uniformity in the width of those mammary systems, the overall capacity there as a group, and dairy strength maybe just a little sharper, cleaner, a little bit flatter bone than what we have in the group in two. Two then placing over three, I think, are a little more uniform in their general appearance, their flatness of loins, their levelness of rumps, maybe just a tad more in their angulation of rear leg as a pair than what we have in the group in three. And then 3 over 4, starting with mammary systems, more capacious udders that are more pleasing in shape. They're stronger in udder support. They're more balanced, and they show us more bloom, fullness, and capacity today, as well as more dairy strength than what we find in the group in 4. This is our best 3 females class in the Oberhasli show, the last class, and certainly congratulations to the Oberhasli exhibitors. There's just been really strong quality classes all the way through, a couple of 3 classes of 9 animals each, some really, really good competition and some really good animals all the way through. I think all these first 3 groups, there's not a lot of differences here. I think the first group over the second group, maybe just a little more uniformity in their dairy strength, a little cleaner out over their tops and rumps, possibly a little more angulation as uniformly as a group in those rear legs over the group in 2. 2 then over 3. I think when we look at mammary systems, a little more uniformity in the shape of those udders, a little more correctness in their teeth, size and length and delineation maybe than what we've got on this group in 3. Slight advantage in general appearance in their flatness of loins, maybe their levelness through those loins out over this third place group, although they may grant a little to the overall length length of body that we have on this group in 3. And it's for that advantage in general appearance and overall length and correctness of feet and legs, straightness of forelegs, angulation of rear leg, as well as the mammary systems that the group in 3 places over the group in 4. A single entry to start the Sable division with. A really well-grown doe. She's upstanding. She's long-bodied and long back through the rump. A doe that's correct in her smoothness of blending through that front end. A nicely shaped mammary system with enough capacity, certainly as a young doe, and she'll be first. A single entry in our Sable 2-year-old class. Again, a doe that's really long from end to end. We look at the mammary system. It's correct in its shape. She's long and smooth and blends smoothly into the abdominal wall in that forwarder. A doe that's correct on her feet and legs. And she's dairy as well. She'll be first. a single entry in our 3 to 4 year old class. Again, a well balanced doe, really strong and correct on her feet and legs. A doe that's only freshened once at this point, so she doesn't have quite the capacity maybe we'd like to see in that memory system. Hopefully next year with another freshening and lactation through that udder, it'll balance out with the frame of the doe. She'll be first with first udder. A single entry in our Sable age doe class. Again, a really well balanced doe, a doe that as you look at her and as she walks towards you, real prominent about her brisket, wide in her chest floor, deep and full in her heart girth, deep barreled, long across that back, a doe that's level across that loin and rump, really correct on her feet and legs, and a nicely shaped mammary system. Again, maybe not quite the capacity and fullness we'd like to see to go with that great big frame, but still it's very correct in its shape. It's attached very well, and she'll be first. I don't talk as fast as him, but I'm going to do this kind of short and sweet to get it over with. As we look at these 4 class winners out here for our Sable division, we're going to use the older doe at the front of the line for her depth, her width, her power, her strength. I love the shape of that memory system. It's attached very well. We certainly would like to see more capacity there, and hopefully with another freshening we'll get her to that point. And then we're going to go down and we're going to follow her with our yearling doe down there. I think the yearling excels particularly the next closest competition, which is the 2-year-old, in her general appearance, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump. I just think she's more correct in those places. In the mammary system, she's more correct in her teat shape, her teat delineation than is the first place 2-year-old. She'll gain a little bit in maturity and body capacity, but I just think she's more structurally correct today than is that 2-year-old. So the age doe will be grand, the yearling will be reserve. A single entry in our Sable division in senior best three does that show a lot of dairy strength and their sharpness, their cleanliness, their openness. Does with soft, pliable mammary systems, and they will be a first. A single entry in the Nigerian yearling milker class. A doe that shows a lot of length of body. She's correct on her feet and legs. We'd certainly like to see some more production and productivity in that mammary system. She is. The exhibitor says she is still in milk, so we'll go with that, and she'll be first. This is our class of Nigerian 2-year-old does, starting with the best udder in the class on this first place doe, the most height and width of rear, length and extension of fore, more overall area of attachment, more bloom and capacity today than what we have in the doe in 2. She also has the advantage in general appearance and flatness of loin and levelness of rump, and in dairy strength she's much cleaner right over the hip and pin and down through the thigh than is our second place doe. 2 then placing over 3 for the advantage that she has in overall capacity. She's a doe with more width of chest floor, more depth of hark girth, depth of both fore and rear rib. She's a doe that has a little more width and fullness and depth to that mammary system than does our doe in 3. She'll grant a little bit to the dairy strength and the fact that the third place doe isn't carrying quite as much flesh and condition today as is that doe in 2. And then 3 placing over 4 for that dairiness. She's longer and cleaner about her neck. She's sharper over her shoulders, back out over that rump. She'll grant just a little bit, though, to a little more overall capacity to the mammary system, for which we'll commend that 4th place doe. First udder on the first doe. Okay, a nice class here of Nigerian 3 and 4 year olds. All the way down through, there's some really good animals here, some real differences in stages of lactation and numbers. We've got does in here that are in their 4th lactation, and we have multiple does in here that are in their very 1st lactation. So a lot of differences and different types and things in this group. Starting with the doe at the top of the class with what I feel is the best udder in the class. She's wider at the top of that rear, a little fuller at the base of that rear udder. She has a little more length and extension of 4 than our 2nd place doe. In general appearance, she's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side, just a tad stronger about those pasterns. She's a doe that's a little stronger through the chine as she travels out about the ring, and she's a little more correct in her angulation of her leg today over the doe that we have in 2. 2 then placing over 3. I move this 3rd place doe up a place. I think the 2nd place doe has the advantage in general appearance and flatness of loin, levelness of rump from hip to pin. She's also a tad deeper through that rear rib than is our doe in 3. 3 is the doe I moved up over 4. I switched these two. I think when you look at general appearance, the 3rd place doe is a doe that as they move, as they stand here in line, it's just a little more nearly level from hip to pin. I know when we look at the mammary system, that udder is held higher up above her hock and closer to her body wall. It's fuller up into the escutcheon than is the udder that we have on this 4th place doe. She certainly will grant some to the depth of barrel of this doe here in 4. It's for that advantage in body capacity and width of chest floor, depth of heart girth, depth of both fore and rear rib that 4 places over 5. In addition, in dairy strength, she's longer about the neck, just sharper and cleaner, more angular than is the white doe in 5. The doe in 5 over the doe in 6 is all about mammary system, the shape of that udder, the height and width, and particularly the length and extension of 4, and the correctness of teat placement on the udder floor over this 6th place doe. 6 then placing over 7. As I watch these does as they move in general appearance, she's stronger through her chine, she's flatter in her loin, she's more nearly level from hip to pin, she's more correct in her angulation of rear leg, and she travels and tracks more correctly on those rear legs as she moves out about the ring than does our 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8 is dairy strength. She's sharper, she's cleaner, she's more angular, carrying less condition out over those hips and pins than is our doe in 8th. The doe in 8th, which is the end of the 1st line, over the doe in 9th, which is the 1st doe in that 2nd line. For the advantage and strength of mammary system, she's stronger in those udder attachments, both fore and rear. And udder support, it holds her udder up higher above her hock and closer to her body wall, and that rear udder is up farther into the escutcheon than what we have on the doe in 9. 9 over 10 is dairy strength, just a sharper, cleaner doe, freer from excess flesh and condition than what we have on that doe in 10. 10 over 11 is body capacity and her depth and her width. So much more depth of heart girth, depth of both fore and rear rib, though she will grant some to the dairy strength of that 11th place doe. 11 over 12, just a little more width and fullness in the mammary system, a bit more width at the top of that rear udder. 11 over 12, a doe that's more upstanding. She does walk a little more uphill. A doe that I think as she travels about the ring, handles those rear legs just a little more correctly while on the move than our 13th place doe. 13 over 14, again, we're talking about dairy strength. She's just sharper, she's cleaner, she's more angular all the way through. In addition, in general appearance, she's more correct in her angulation of her leg than is our 14th place doe. 14 then over 15, a doe in general appearance, the front legs are placed more correctly directly underneath those withers. A doe that's stronger in her chine, she's flatter out over that rump, she's a little more correct in her angulation of rear leg. It's just so much more body capacity with the more prominent brisket that's fuller. She's so much deeper in that heart girth than is our 15th doe. And then finally 15 over 16, these are both, I believe, does that were first fresheners, if I remember correctly. Just a little more capacity, a little more fullness to that mammary system, and general appearance, she is longer from end to end, though she certainly will grant a little bit in the placement of the foreleg to the doe that's behind her in 16. This is our class of aged does here in the Nigerian ring, and I think 3 close placings between these 3 does, and you could probably move them around different ways that you might like them. This is the way I see them today. 1 placing over 2. In the mammary system, she is more balanced and udder today from side to side. She does show me more length and more extension of 4. She's a bit more upstanding in general appearance, a little longer in her bone pattern than is our doe in 2. 2 then placing over 3 in a closer placing. I just think 2 has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's longer neck, she's sharper over her withers, she's cleaner out over her vertebra, especially cleaner out over her rump and down through her thigh. She'll grain a little bit in balance of udder from side to side to the doe that we have in 3. The second place doe, though, also has the advantage in body capacity, being more, showing us more depth of both fore and rear barrel than the doe in 3. And in general appearance, she's a doe that's more correct in her angulation of rear leg than is our third place doe. In a close placing, first udder on the first doe. Okay, these are our first and second place winners in the Nigerian dwarf division. Starting with the single entry out there in our yearling milker class. I know that we admire for her overall length of body and strength of feet, but not seeing any capacity or fullness in that mammary system today. Not really a strong competitor in this line with these full udders we've got on these does in front of her. Ahead of her, we have the 2-year-old. I know a beautiful mammary system on this doe in shape and attachments. I know that shows a lot of depth of body. She's sharp. She's angular, she's clean throughout. Ahead of her, the 3-year-old, again, a beautiful mammary system on this doe, a lot of width, a lot of length and extension of 4, a doe with tremendous body capacity, and a doe that's really smoothly blended from end to end. And then finally at the front of the line, our aged doe, a doe we admire for her dairy strength. She's sharp and she's clean. She's long about the neck. She's sharp and she's clean over those withers, over the vertebra, out over her rump, and a nicely shaped, well-attached mammary system, and a doe that's still very strong and sound in her feet and legs. As I look at this lineup, obviously, as I say, it's between the 3 older does because of the fullness and the bloom and the capacity of and the productivity in those mammary systems today as compared to that yearling. As I look at the 3 of those, the doe that I think puts all the pieces together for me today a little more correctly than the other 2 is the first place 2-year-old. I think when we talk just about dairy strength, the aged doe has the edge. We talk just about mammary system, I think the 3-year-old has the edge. When you put all the parts together, to me, the 2-year-old has the edge. I think she's the best combination of the 4 categories. I think she's almost as strong in the mammary system as the 3-year-old. She's almost as strong in dairy strength as the aged doe. She has a little more body than the aged doe does. She's certainly more dairy than the 3-year-old. So we're going to use that first place 2-year-old, and she'll be our grand champion Nigerian doe. can't until after the challenges.
They're over there.
Okay, for reserve, we bring up that second place doe from the 2-year-old class. And again, a doe that's strong in general appearance, she has a lot of body capacity. Doesn't have quite the dairy strength, though, that we had in that first place doe from that class. So for me, it's now really between the two older does, the 3-year-old and the 5-year-old, the age doe class. Looking at those two does, certainly there's a few trade-offs back and forth. I think when you look at the 3-year-old, she has the advantage today in mammary system and height, width, and fullness of rear and extension of that 4. She has the advantage in body capacity, particularly in depth and fullness of heart girth. In general appearance, she's just a little stronger through the chine and a bit straighter on the foreleg than is the older doe. She'll grant some in dairy strength to the older doe, being cleaner from end to end. But today I'm going to use the first place 3-year-old as my reserve grand. Okay, this is our best of breed class here for the Nigerians. We're going to use this 5-year-old challenger today over my champion of the day for the advantage that she has in maturity. She's deeper rib than is our champion of the day. She shows me a little bit more width through that mammary system, and she's had 4 more lactations through that mammary system than has my champion of the day. The champion of the day in 2 over the doe behind her in 3. In general appearance, she is a doe that's more correct in the angulation of that rear leg. She's a doe that's a little bit more nearly level from hip to pin than is the doe in 3. She'll gain a little bit to the upstandingness and in the dairy strength, that length of neck that we certainly admire on our 3rd place doe. First udder on the first doe. This is our produce class, 1 placing over 2. I think as a pair, they just show me more dairy strength, more sharpness, more cleanliness throughout than the group we have in 2. They're a little more uniform in their mammary systems as well. 2 then over 3. Again, when we look at those udders, a little more capacity, a little more height and width in rear, a little more extension in 4, and more overall fullness throughout those mammaries than what we've got in the group in 3. And then 3 over 4, I think we just see a little bit more maturity, a little more depth of width and heart, a little more depth of rear rib, maybe gaining just a little bit in overall length of body to the group I have in 4. We're going to leave these two as they stand, and we're going to start to the group on my right over the group directly in front of me. Just a little more strength in those udder attachments, more width and more fullness in rear. They're a little stronger in the attachments in the rear than is the group that I have in 2. In addition, they show me more length and more depth of barrel than what we have in that second place group. Okay, the last of the group classes here in the Nigerian ring is our best 3 females. We're going to start up here at the group in first, over the group in second. I think just a little more overall dairy strength as a group, a little sharper, a little cleaner, carrying just a little bit less weight than what we've got on this group in 2. 2 over 3, it's about the mammary systems. I think they're just more uniform in their width of rear udders, their height and fullness of those rears, the extension of 4 and the overall udder shapes as a group as compared to the group in 3. They'll grain a little bit in the dairy strength, the sharpness, the angularity, the overall cleanliness that we have in this group in 3, making that a close placing. It is that dairiness in 3 that carries them over the group in 4, as well as an advantage in general appearance and strength and correctness of angulation of those rear legs. And then finally 4 over 5, I just think a little more consistency and uniformity throughout the mammary systems in this group. Those are also a little more correct as a group in their strength and front ends than what we have here in the group in 5. Okay, first of all, before I pick my best in show, a couple of things. Thank you to the exhibitors for voting for me and having me come over to judge the show here. Certainly, I've enjoyed it. It's been a really nice quality show all the way through, and congratulations to all the breeders and all the exhibitors who brought out some beautiful animals for me to look at here today, all the way down through some of those classes of 9 or 10 or 15. The quality was really good down through a lot of those classes. So thank you for that, and congratulations to the breeders and the exhibitors for bringing out those animals. Certainly to the show crew, the secretaries and the chairman and the ring stewards for keeping things moving and keeping goats in the ring and trying to keep things flowing throughout the day. Ruth mentioned earlier something about nominating and nominating judges for next year. One of the things I'd be remiss to not mention, I guess, since I'm a member of the National Show Committee and the National Show Long Range Committee, that our national show will be here next year, the last weekend in June and the first part of July. So that's something to really look forward to. I'm guessing we'll have somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 dairy goats in these buildings, and we're going to have basically the whole fairgrounds, and we're going to use a lot of the buildings, and we're going to have a really good show here next summer. So just start planning for that, or be thinking about that if you weren't aware. I think pretty much everyone is. June 26th through July the 4th, I believe, are the dates. That is not confirmed. It's not cast in stone because there's not a signature on a contract yet. But those are the dates that we have in writing, though not signed in a contract. June 26th to July the 3rd, I believe, are the right dates. Moving in on a Saturday, show starting on a Sunday, ending on a Thursday with the spotlight sale Thursday afternoon. So just to mention that so that everybody's aware to be here, this will be the place to be next end of June, early July. All that being said, as I look down through this lineup, and again, how about a round of applause for all the exhibitors that have brought out animals here today? Not just the 9 people that are left out here in the ring, but everybody who's brought animals in and brought them out for us to evaluate. Myself and Tim has done some, and he's going to continue here when I get done yapping here in a minute. As I look down through the line, there's really 4 does to me that throughout their breeds kind of stuck out, and 2 of them are older does and 2 of them are younger does. And the Nigerian dwarf is one of the older does. The Alpine doe is one of the older does. The recorded grade is one of the younger does. And then the Saanen up at the front of the line is one of the younger does. So there are 2 older and 2 younger as I started my process of whittling it down to my best in show. As I look at those 4 animals, I think that the 2 younger does, the recorded grade Oberhasli type, and the Saanen doe, I think when you compare them to the Nigerian dwarf, you're just seeing a little more dairy strength, a little more overall angularity, a little more angularity in those rear legs in terms of general appearance. I think when we compare them to the Alpine doe, both of those does were a little more had a little more capacity through their mammary systems. They were a little fuller, a little bit more in bloom, so to speak, than was our Alpine doe, who has a beautiful frame. And both of those does are older does, 6 and 7, so they've been around and they've had some years, and they're still holding up very, very well. But I think we have 2 outstanding individuals in these 2 does in this grade, and the Saanen. The grade is a 3-year-old. The Saanen just a 2-year-old. A beautiful frame on this Saanen doe. She's tall, she's long, she's elegant, she's beautifully level out over her top, and a doe with a beautifully shaped mammary system that has a lot of capacity. And then we have the Oberhasli, tremendously deep, I keep saying Oberhasli, the recorded grade that's an Oberhasli type. Beautiful in the shape of that mammary system. It was tremendously wide, beautiful through that shoulder and front end, and tremendously deep-bodied. As we look at those, and I looked at the 4 of them, for me today, the doe that I think best puts the scorecard together is that recorded grade. That's the doe for me that is our best in show here today. Congratulations again, and thank you for bringing out so many animals for me to evaluate.
Sorry about that. We do have best udder of breed, a best udder of show. So the best udder of each breed needs to come in for best udder of show in show order.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize it was an overall best udder. So that's why I walked over and did the pictures. They tell me you win whatever's in my wallet, so it's $22. So you're not going to get far in the fairgrounds for $22. I don't even know if you can get a sandwich anymore, but 22 bucks is what I guess we have to work with. So looking down through this lineup for selection of best udder, and again, I'm thinking about what they all look like when they were full of milk. And really, of this lineup, there are three that to me really had outstanding mammary systems. And it's not to take anything away from the other does. I mean, I love the mammary system on that Saanen doe. I really like the mammary system on the Nigerian doe. But when it comes down to what it looked like full, what it is milked out, everything overall, and you look at all the different parameters that come into play, the three goats to me that had the best memory systems that I looked at here today are the recorded grade, the Lamancha doe, and the Oberhasli doe. Those are the three that I think had the strongest memory systems. And when we looked at those and I think about what they are in terms of ages and lactations and so on and so forth, I'm coming back to that recorded grade. It's part of what got her where she was. It was beautiful, full of milk. It's milked out really well. I certainly admire this 2-year-old Oberhasli. Just a first freshening memory system, so not quite. She's at a little bit more of a disadvantage there. This Lamancha doe, I just love this memory system when it was full. I think if anything, it could be just a little bit more capacious to fit that great big body doe that she has. So for me, when you look at all the different parts and pieces and put everything together, the recorded grade still had my best udder here today, and she'll be best udder.
We're ready to start. All right, we are resuming here with the Junior Doe Show, now in Ring 2. For those of you who weren't participating in the Junior Doe Show previously, we are happy to welcome Tim Flickinger as our judge. Tim is from Lake Bruce, Indiana. He has been an ADGA and AGS licensed judge for 24 years. His judging highlights include 2 national shows, Canadian Western Nationals, and an AGS national show. He's also an AGS classifier and a licensed appraiser with the International Society of Livestock Appraisers. In his spare time, Tim raises Sables in Oberhasli under the herd name Flicks Acres, and the herd has been recognized on local, state, and national levels. I have paperwork up here at the secretary's desk to be signed for, 2 from Fox's Pride and 1 for Brittany Fairchild.
This is where we're resuming our junior dairy goat show in this ring. This is our start of our Alpine Junior Doe show with our junior kids placing right to left. A real strong pair working their way to the top today, but one placing over two for the advantage in general appearance. She's stronger to those rear pasterns, not only at rest but on move as well, more proper depth of heel. She's also stronger into the area of the chine and fuller into the area of the crops over our doe standing in second. So a real strong advantage here in general appearance and 1/2. 2/3 for the advantage here in dairy strength. She's much more open into the rib, more proper angulation of rib, texture and pliability of skin as well over this third place doe. 3 placing over 4 in her turn of general appearance. It's more correctness to that rear leg set, which is more perpendicular from hock to passer, more desirable molding from stifle to hock. And then an advantage in dairy strength. In her own right, she's more incurving of the thigh from the side profile, out curving of the thigh from the rear. She's more naturally level into the area of the rump than we see in the doe standing 4. 4 placing over 5, very similar pair of does in 4 and 5. But you watch this 4th place doe, she tracks with more width between the hocks and up into the escutcheon. More desirable rear leg set when you view her from the rear, coupled in her turn of body capacity with the depth of the heart and the fullness of point of elbow and an increasing depth back into the flank over this very long body doe standing here in 5. 5 placing over 6. This length of body she maintains, the smoothness of blending from the neck into the point of shoulder, the neck into the top of the withers that we see in this doe standing over her in 6. 6/7. The angulation to the rear leg set and the strength into the chine, the fullness in the area of the crops. She also leads out with her brisket versus her foreleg and straighter on her foreleg from side profile. But this black doe tends to paddle, for the lack of a better term, on those forelegs. Doesn't have the correctness of the front end that we see in the doe ahead of her. So it is that correctness of leading out with that brisket versus the foreleg over this black doe standing over the remaining second line. The black doe over the remaining class for substance of bone, size, and scale. She's longer from her hips to her pins than we see in the does directly behind her. The second line, a group of does that are just slower in maturity. Some of them are younger compared to some of these does ahead of them in the first line, but they just don't nearly have the general appearance when we're looking at smoothness of blending and the width throughout that we see in this first place line. Thank you. Nice class of Alpine kids. Here are Dolines here, placing right to left. One placing over two for the advantage that she has in general appearance. A doe that just more nearly level into the area of the rump. More desirable slope to that rump. Within that rear leg set, she's more perpendicular from her hock to her pastern as well. You get in front of those does and you just find this first place doe tracks with so much more width into her chest, and she's deeper into that chest floor, so it's general appearance and body capacity. 2 over 3, very similar pair of does here, but a doe that's slightly wider between the hocks and up in the escutcheon. She's wider from thurl to thurl and much stronger into the area of the chine, not only at rest but on move as well, over this very dairy individual standing in 3. This third place doe, I love to get my hands on her. I love that openness and angulation of rib. I really appreciate that texture and pliability of skin. She's probably one of the most dairy strength does in the line. It is that dairy strength along with the set to the rear leg set from side and rear. We place her over 4 with even a slight advantage in body capacity because she's showing us more length and slightly more depth at the heart than the doe standing in 4. 4 placing over 5 in front of the assembly, a tighter junction of her shoulder blades against the withers, not only at rest but on move as well. She blends more smoothly from that neck into the point of shoulder over the Cou Blanc doe standing 5. 5 over 6 now in her turn of length of body. She's longer in her loin. She's longer from her hips to pins. The thurls are set more properly 2/3 from hips and pin bones over the doe directly just behind her in 6. 6 over 7 primarily being placed because of the 7th place teat defect. But we do have the advantage and strength of the chine as well over the Sungao doe standing here, which will be commended for her body capacity, increasing depth back into that rear flank, a very deep flanked individual, and she'll be commended for that. Thank you. a class of 4 junior yearling Alpines that placed themselves quite handily today. One placing over 2 for the advantage in general appearance, the width throughout. She's wider in her chest, carries it back through, being wider from thorough to thorough, more width between the hocks, and more levelness of the top line as well, and with that rump over our second place doe. 2 placing over 3 for dairy strength. She's much more open into the rib, longer, leaner neck, more desirably wedge shape when looked down upon than this doe standing in 3. 3 placing over 4 for feet and legs, much stronger to fore and rear pasterns, more naturally level into the area of the loin and rump than we see in flatter from thorough to thorough than the doe standing in 4. The 4th place doe will be commended for the straightness of the foreleg and length of cannon bone. Thank you. This is our class of Alpine senior yearlings. Really strong, another strong Alpine class from top to bottom today. Started off with a doe that quite handily takes the first slot for me today. She excels to, and the tremendous amount of width that she has, the width between the hocks and up in the out discussion, the width of escussion, the strength into the area of the chine, the fullness in the area of the crops, as well as her body capacity, the spring of the rib, and the depth of the barrel that she maintains over our second place doe. 2, 3, and 4, these three does, depending on how they want to cooperate and act. I think these three I think could be shuffled in this class and still justified. But a last minute switch for me today when we get them on the move. The second place doe over the third place doe has the advantage in front end assembly. A tighter junction of her shoulder blades against the withers. She's more nearly level into the area of the rump when she's on the move, and slightly tracking with more width between the hocks than up in that discussion than we see in 3. 3 over 4, it's dairy strength for me. It's a longer, leaner neck, sharper into the withers, more incurving of the thigh from the, and also more correctness to the rear leg set with more desirable molding and from the stifle to the hock than we see over our fourth place doe. 4 placing over 5. Now in her turn of levelness of top line when she's on the move, especially into the area of the loin and the rump, and stronger to those rear pasterns and tighter about the foretoe. Overall general appearance will place 4 over 5. 5 over the remaining class. It really comes to a lot to feet and legs, especially when looking at not only angulation to the rear leg set, but strength to the rear pastern and more desirable length of pastern, shorter rather than longer than we see in many of the does behind her today. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for our junior champion lineup for the Alpine breed. The first place does are closest to me. The second place does are directly behind them in the respective age class. 4 age classes represent the line. Certainly some trade-offs amongst the line. Honestly, originally I thought there was just a doe that I was going to gravitate to, but once we got all 4 out here and got them on the move, it made my choice a little harder. And I feel there is a doe that just really excels in general appearance. When we're looking at when she's on the move, the correctness of that rear leg set, the width between the hocks, and the correctness of that rear leg set. And correctness about that front end assembly, a tighter junction of the shoulder blades against the withers, and the smoothness of blending from the neck into the top of that shoulder, as well as dairy strength is in regards to the in curving of the thigh from the side, the out curving of the thigh from the rear views. So it's a combination of general appearance and dairy strength for me, and I really had to get them on the move to really put it together for me. I'm going to go with the Chammersay senior kid standing second in line today. She's going to be your junior champion. Another very smoothly blended individual that comes into line on that second place kid. A doe that's not quite as level into the area of the loin and flat from thurl to thurl as my champion. I really feel now for the advantage once again in general appearance with the rump structure, the length of that rump, the flatness of that rump. And also now once you get your hands on an extremely open individual, a lot of pliability and texture of that skin. Once again, general appearance and dairy strength and still maintaining that body capacity in regards to the increase, that depth at the heart, the fullness at the point of elbow. Moving up one class, junior yearling, you're my reserve champion. Okay, this is our Alpine Junior Get a Sire. Instead of in my group classes, I normally don't move them around. My ringster is going to keep track of the placings. It just makes things go a little smoother, and it's easier on the handlers, easier on the animals, and the impact of the animals as we move them through. First in this Junior Get is going to be to my very far left. They excel 2. If you want to put your fingers up right here for me, 2. For their age, substance of bone, size, and scale, they're more uniformed in their not only length but also the width of the rumps they maintain, and more desirable slope to that rump. Over 2. 2 then placing over 3 in the center for the advantage that they have in dairy strength. They're much more uniform in the being more wedge shaped and more angular throughout, and more showing us more incurving of the thigh from the side profile, especially compared to some of the yearlings in that third place group. And then 3 placing over 4 for the substance of bone, size, and scale, and the body capacity that now plays a part in their placing over the 4th place group today. 4th place group somewhat more immature compared to the 3 groups ahead of them today, but we still appreciate their sharpness of withers, the length and leanness of neck they bring to the line today. Thank you. Two very nice Lamancha does in our first class here. The black and tan doe over the brown roan doe. For the advantage here in dairy strength, once you get your hands, they're much more opened in the rib, more incurving of her thigh. A doe that also has the advantage in her forelegs and her fore. She's longer in her cannon bone, straighter on the foretoe, tighter about the foretoe than the roan doe here. The roan doe standing second, very smoothly blended individual from that neck and the front end, which she needs to be commended for. Thank you. 6 to 12-month-old Lamancha class, placing right to left. Started off with a really eye-catching doe. She excels the red doe or the caramel-colored doe in her turn of dairy strength. She's longer leader neck. She's sharper in the withers, more incurving of her thigh from side, more open and angulation of that rib as well over this caramel-colored doe. 2 placing over 3, levelness of top line, especially into the area of the loin and rump. Showing us more length from width from thurl to thurl and a more pleasing rump structure. She also has that tailhead more properly centered between those pin bones and the doe standing in 3. The 3 placing over 4 in her turn of dairy strength, longer, leaner neck, sharper into the withers in her own right. General appearance, much more correctness about that front end assembly, a tighter junction of the shoulder blades against the withers. She's longer at her cannon bone as well over our 4th place doe. 4 placing over 5. A doe that walks with so much more width throughout. She's probably one of the widest discussion does in the class. She certainly isn't the highest, though, but it is that width between the hocks and up into that discussion that she maintains over 5. Along with her body capacity, she'll place over that 5th place doe. 5 placing over 6. Now in her turn of dairy strength in regards to the texture and pliability of skin in general appearance, she blends more smoothly from the neck into the top of those withers over the doe standing here in 6. 6 over 7 in her turn of feet and legs, stronger to the rear pasterns, a more proper depth of heel. She is also keeping the point of elbow much tighter against the body wall over this orange-colored doe. The orange-colored doe brings a lot of body capacity, the depth into the chest, chest floor, and also the increasing depth into the flank will be her accommodation today. Thank you. A single entry in our junior yearling Lamancha class, a doe that definitely can withstand more competition. Really admire the front end on this doe. She's showing us those forelegs very placed properly underneath that shoulder assembly. She leads out with that brisket, very prominent brisket. And then she also brings a lot of body capacity to the line as well with the depth of barrel she maintains. She'll compete for champion. Lamancha senior yearlings, placing right to left. One placing over 2 for general appearance. A much longer body doe from her head to tail. She's longer in that rump from hips to pinch. Much wider from thurl to thurl. Those thurls are placed more properly 2/3 between hips and pin bones. More proper angulation to the rear leg set as well, especially when you view her from the rear view over our second place doe. 2 placing over 3 in turn of dairy strength. The longer, leaner neck, sharper into the withers. She's much more open into the rib as well over a very deep body doe standing in 3. The third place doe didn't want to walk today, so it makes it a little harder to evaluate, but we do appreciate the upstandingness of the doe and the depth of the barrel she brings to the line. I just wish we could have seen her walk a little bit better today. Thank you. First and seconds, please. Let's give a round of applause for our Lamancha Junior lineup. A really nice group once again. 4 age classes represent the line. The first place does are closest to me. If there was a second, it was directly behind them in their respective age class. When looking at this line, and obviously once I get my hands on them, plays a part in it as well. But a doe that I just really admire her general appearance. It's the smoothness of blending throughout. It's the length of her top line and get behind her, the width between the hocks and up in the discussion, the height of that discussion, but also the strength to those rear pasterns play a strong part for me today. And it is that general appearance as well as that dairy strength, and still for her age, the body capacity, the length of barrel, the increasing depth back in the rear flank. She's being hard to evaluate and hard to talk about. It's the black and tan doe at the end of the line, young lady. You're my junior champion today. Come on. Don't look for validation, but it's always nice to have a popular choice, I guess. So when looking at this line again now, nothing to take away from these yearlings, but I really feel the competition belongs for our reserve in these younger animals today. As our second place doe comes into line, she excels her closest competition, which is the doe ahead of her in feet and legs, especially as the strength to the rear pastern and more proper depth of heel and body capacity. She's deeper at the heart, and then also at the point of elbow, she holds that point of elbow tighter against her body wall. So it's the general appearance and body capacity. She yields some cleanness about the neck and leanness and length of that neck to the white doe ahead of her because she's extremely dairy individual. But for the general appearance and body capacity, we stay within the same class, and we name the chocolate roan doe reserve today.
Alp, Alpine. Alpine and Lamancha breeders, your paperwork is ready to be signed for.
This is our first class of Nubian kids. Started off with the black and white doe over the brown and white spotted doe. For the strength of feet and legs, she's much stronger to the rear pasture and more proper angulation to that rear leg set. She's a longer body doe as well and more naturally levelness into the area of the loin and rump when she's on the move over the spotted doe. The spotted doe has more width, places over 3 for the width between the hocks that she has, and also the correctness about that front end. The third place doe just didn't want to walk today, and I think it could be a different story for her if she wanted to walk a little bit better. I do appreciate the openness of rib, really good texture and pliability of skin on that doe. She brings a lot of dairy strength. I just wish I could have seen her walk today a little bit more. Thank you. Nubian senior kids placing right to left. A nice pair of does working their way to the top, and certainly some trade-offs amongst this top pair. But one placing over 2 for the advantage in dairy strength. A doe that's just longer, leaner in her neck. She's free of excess flesh and free. She's more feminine about that head and neck. The second place doe tends to be a little bit more coarse about that head and neck. It is that correctness, the femininity, and overall dairy strength, along with her general appearance, so she's stronger to that rear pastern as well, that we see in the doe standing here in second. The second place doe brings a lot of substance of bone and scale, but it is that length of body and the substance of bone that she maintains over our third place doe, as well as the correctness about the front end. Keeping the point of elbow tighter against the body wall. She's straighter on the foreleg as well, longer in her cannon bone. So it's general appearance and body capacity that really hold the placing 2 over 3 for me today. 3 over 4 in her turn of strength of top line, especially into the area of the chine and the fullness in the area of the crops. She's more naturally level when she's on the move over the rump, more naturally level in that rump than we see in this brown doe standing 4. 4 placing over 5, a much longer body doe from head to tail. She's longer in her loin and longer in that rump structure. She also has the advantage here in dairy strength in regards to being more wedge shaped when looked down upon, and a longer, leaner necked individual over this black with frosted ears standing in 5. 5 over 6. Strength to the feet and legs in her turn, fore and rear pastern. And then when you get behind her, a doe that just travels with more natural width between the hocks with less tendency to hock as of that rear leg set over this brown doe standing in 6. The brown doe will be commended, though, for her front end assembly. Is still very commendable front end, but once we get her on the move, the feet and legs tell a different story for us today. Thank you.
Melissa Ferguson, can you come up to the desk, please?
This is our 6 to 12-month-old class, I believe. Placing right to left here. Really pair of does working their way to the top. Very competitive pair of does. One placing over two for the advantage, though, she does have in dairy strength. She's just showing us more angularity, more femininity about that head and neck compared to the doe directly behind her. And also walking with more width between the hocks up in that discussion. A doe just more balanced in overall scorecard, I feel, in general appearance and dairy strength. They're two very similar does when it comes to body capacity, so I don't really think that was a deciding factor. It's more the general appearance and rump structure and also the dairy strength once you get your hands on her, the openness and angulation of rib, and also just showing us that length and leanness and just more angularity throughout. The two placing over three, a doe that brings a lot of width to the class. She's a much wider from thorough to thorough, wider between the hocks and up in the escutcheon. Not only is she wider in the escutcheon, she's higher in that escutcheon than we see in three. Then three over four, a doe that just blends more smoothly throughout, especially the neck and the point of the shoulder. She's much more width and depth into that chest floor, so it's general appearance and body capacity hold the placing for me over our fourth place doe. Fourth placing over five in general appearance with feet and legs more perpendicular from hock to pastern, and she's also stronger into the area of the chine, not only at rest but on move as well over this brown and white doe standing in five. Five over six. It's the length. It's general appearance in regards to length of body. She's longer from hips to pins. She's longer loined individual, and then you couple that with the correctness about the forelegs, the straightness of the foreleg, and the strength of the fore pastern. She'll place over this white doe standing six. Six over the rest of the class. This is kind of where I feel the class breaks, especially where we're looking at general appearance and levelness of top line and width throughout. This white doe just travels with a lot of width, and she's more nearly level into the area of the rump, and she's stronger to the area of the chine. She will yield some length of body to the does behind her, but she's more structurally correct when it comes to the levelness of top line, the feet and legs, and that's where I feel the class breaks. The remaining group of does just not showing us the strength of top line or the width to go higher today, but they are very long body does in which they need to be commended for. Nice group. Six individuals represent our junior yearling class, placing right to left today. A doe that really stands out and takes the class, in my opinion, today. She excels too in general appearance with the length of body. She's a much longer body doe from head to tail. She's longer from hips to pins, and the width throughout. She's wider to that chest. She carries it all the way back through, being wider from thurl to thurl. The thurls are placed more properly. 2/3 between those hips and pin bones, and body capacity, once again, the length of the barrel and the depth of barrel, placing her over 2. 2 over 3, a closer placing for me today, but it is for the advantage that she has in feet and legs. She's stronger to fore and rear pasterns. She has those forelegs placed more properly underneath that shoulder assembly, leading out with that brisket versus her foreleg. With this third place doe, tends to throw her forelegs, kind of paddles for the lack of a better term. It is that correctness about those forelegs and front end, and also the strength into the area of the chine, fullness into the area of the crops over this roan doe standing 3. 3 placing over 4 now, a doe that's much longer in her body. She's more naturally level into the rump. She's longer from hips to pins. And then you couple that with the dairy strength that she has in regards to the openness and angulation of rib over our doe standing in 4. 4 placing over 5 in her turn of general appearance. She blends more smoothly from that neck into the withers and the neck into the point of the shoulder. And she's showing us a more desirable set to the rear leg in her turn, especially when you get behind them as they walk. But just a doe that's more correct to that rear leg over the brown doe with frosted ears standing in 5 over 6. Even though she yields some length of body to the doe directly behind her, it's that levelness of top line, especially into the area of the loin, and more proper angulation to the rear leg set, and more desirable angulation from that molding from stifle to hock as well over this doe standing 6. Extremely long bodied doe, but just not nearly the width that we see higher in the class. But the length of body needs to be commended on our 6th place doe. Thank you. Nubian senior yearlings placing right to left. An easy top for me today. I really like to get this doe on the move. She excels too in that levelness of top line when she's on the move. And also she's more correct about the foreleg and fore pastern over our doe standing in second. More proper angulation to the rear leg set from side and rear view, and dairy strength, more wedge shape will look down upon. She really is extremely balanced doe when we're looking at general appearance and dairy strength, and still maintaining enough body capacity in relationship to her age, because she's not the deepest body doe in the line, but she is the most balanced doe in the line, I think, especially we're looking at that general appearance and dairy strength. 2 over 3, if you were watching, this was the closest placing for me in the class, and it is for the levelness of top line and more pleasing slope to that rump. She's stronger into the area of the chine, and with a slight advantage and strength to that rear pastern as well, but it is a real strong advantage here in top line as well over 2 over 3. 3 over 4, now in her turn of width throughout, she walks with more width between the hocks and up into that discussion. She also is more nearly level when she's on the move into the area of the chine, the fullness in the area of the crops. She blends more smoothly from that neck into that point of shoulder than we see in 4. 4 placing over 5, an advantage here, and feet and legs, more proper angulation to the rear leg set from the side view, more desirable molding from stifle to hock. That the black and white doe standing 5 is a little bit posty, for the lack of a better term, on that rear leg. But it is so there is the correctness to that rear leg angulation, as well as that front end assembly when she's on the move. The black and white doe over the brown doe with the frosted ears, another close placing, but really it's the width throughout. This black and white doe carries so much width. She's wider from thurl to thurl. She's wider in her chest, so does that width of the rump and the width in that chest and body capacity. She's a longer and deeper barreled over the brown doe with frosted ears, and that doe will place over the rest of the class. So that's 6 placing over the rest of the class, primarily in strength of feet and legs, fore and rear pasterns, and more flatness from thurl to thurl compared to the does behind her today. Thank you. This is our lineup for Nubian Junior Champion. Let's give them a round of applause. A really nice group. The Nubian breeders brought some quantity and quality out today because we got 5 age classes in this breed, where we've had a lot of 4 age divisions. So we've had some young summer kids come out and compete in their junior kid class. First place does are closest to me. The second place does are directly behind them in the respective age class. I really feel the most balanced doe in this line when it comes to general appearance, the strength of the top line, the strength of the chine, the fullness in the crops, and the set to that rear leg set from side and rear view, and the width between the hocks and up in the escutcheon, the height of escutcheon. And then we talk about dairy strength. It being wedge shaped will look down upon. And we talk about the arch of escutcheon. When we talk about arch of escutcheon, dairy strength, we talk about the width and height of escutcheon, its general appearance, so it depends on how we want to talk about it. But in regards to general appearance and dairy strength and still maintaining this spring of rib and the depth of the heart and adequate body capacity, I feel for her age, I'm going to go up to the draw yearling. You're my junior champion today. Congratulations. Really well-balanced individual. As that second place dry yearling comes out, I really feel her closest competition is his third kid in the center of the line. And it is for the strength of the top line that she has, especially into the area of the chine. And then in dairy strength, she's cleaner about that neck and throat than we see in that intermediate kid or senior kid, excuse me. So it is, once again, the general appearance along with the dairy strength. I'm staying within that same class. Second place senior yearling, you're my reserve champion today. This is our junior good sire Nubian breed, looking for uniformity of good type. We're going to go 1 to my far left over our group, standing 2 to the far right in strength. They're more uniform when it comes to their height of escutcheon and also the strength of the rear pastern as a group. And then we were also in their dairy strength as a group, in sharpness and angularity. 2 placing over 3 substance of bone size and scale in the width that they maintain. They're wider in their chest, carries it all the way back through, being wider from thorough to thorough than this third place group here, which will still be commended for their length and flatness of bone. Thank you. A single entry in our first Guernsey class, and well representative of her breed, I believe. It's good to see them not only here at the Big E. It's also the first time I've been able to see them in person. I've seen well, I shouldn't say I haven't seen them in person. First time to evaluate them. Let me put it that way. I've seen several in person, but never a chance to actually judge them at a sanctioned show. So I appreciate the opportunity. I really appreciate the rump angle on this doe and the angulation to the rear leg set from side profile and from rear. A doe I want to see is blend more smoothly from that neck into the front end, but I do really appreciate the rump angle on this doe, and she needs to be commended for that, and she'll compete for champion. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause once again for our first Guernsey here at the Big E. Another single entry in our Golden Guernsey breed here, a kid that just makes this age class, a March kid. We do appreciate, once again, the body. I think the body capacity is really the thing we talk about in relationship to age, the depth of the barrel, the increasing depth back into that flank. She maybe doesn't have the strength of top line as we saw in that first kid class, but we appreciate the body capacity, and she'll compete for her championship here for the Guernsey breed. Two individuals represent our Guernsey lineup for junior champion. I think there's some trade-offs to be found amongst these two, but I feel for the height of escutcheon that we have and the correctness in top line, especially into the area of the chine, and more correctness about the front end, keeping the point of elbow tighter against the body wall. I'm going to go with the youngest kid in the line. The youngest kid will be your champion, and then we're going to move up to a very deep-bodied individual here with our March kid for our reserve champion today. Thank you. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. our first class of Oberhasli kids placing right to left. An easy top for me today. She excels too in general appearance of being longer in the rump, more pleasing. Slope to that rump and rump angle. She also has the advantage here in dairy strength. She's more desirably wedge shaped when looked down upon. Get your hands on her. She's more open to that rib than we see the doe standing here in 2. Longer, leaner neck as well. 2 placing over 3, strength of top line, especially when they're on the move. She's stronger to the chine and fuller in the area of the crops. She also has the advantage here in body capacity with the depth of barrel that she maintains and increasing depth back into that rear flank over our 3rd place doe. 3 placing over 4, a closer placing in the class, but a doe that has the advantage in dairy strength. She's longer, leaner necked individual, sharper into the withers, more desirably wedge shape, not only from side, but really from down above as well, when looked down upon as well. And a doe that has a slightly more proper angulation to the rear leg, but stronger to the rear pastern. She will yield some depth of barrel, but not length of barrel to 4. 4 placing over 5. It is that body capacity that we have, the depth of the barrel that she maintains over the doe standing here in 5, and more levelness of top line, especially into the area of the rump, than our 5th place doe. Our 5th place doe, not nearly as growthy or the substance of bone that we find higher in the class, but a doe we still admire her length of rump from hips to pins. Thank you. This is our class of doling, 6 to 12, or 6 to 8. So placing right to left, really nice group here. Certainly some trade-offs up and down this line today, but one placing over 2 for the advantage of general appearance. You really got to get them on the move and get behind them. A doe that just walks more correct to that rear leg set with less tendency to hawk as a second place doe. It is straight to the feet and legs in regards to that set to the rear leg and slightly stronger to those rear fore and rear pasterns. Very long-bodied level doe in the second spot today, but you get behind her and she's extremely close to those hawks. It is that she excels 3 in that levelness of top line and the length of body that she maintains. It is the dairy strength that holds the placing 2 over 3. 3 over 4, a closer placing in the class, but you get your hands on her. We find the openness of rib to be the deciding factor for me today. And not only the openness of rib, but the angulation of rib. And she's also being more perpendicular from her hock to her pastern than the doe standing in 4. 4 placing over 5. Now in her turn, a front end assembly, a tighter junction of her shoulder blades against the withers, lead it out with that brisket versus her foreleg. She's also longer in her cannon bone than the doe standing here in 5. So it's overwhelming general appearance. That we have over the 5th place doe. 5 over 6, very similar pair of does here, but it is that width of the rump once you get your hands on her, and also realize the thorough placement is more ideal. 2/3 between hips and pin bones over the doe standing here in 6. 6 over 7, substance of bone size and scale. Now in her own right, she's wider throughout, and she's more upstanding. She's straighter on her foreleg from side and from front over this doe standing 7th, which will be commended, though, for the sharpness of withers and the leanness of her neck. Thank you. 2 junior yearlings in our Oberhasli breed today. Certainly some trade-offs to be found, but one placing over 2 in general appearance, more smoothly blended individual. A doe that has more length of a rump from hips to pin. She's wider from thurl to thurl in body capacity. It's the length and depth of barrel that we place her over this second place doe. The second place doe is slightly stronger in that rear pastern, and it is that combination of the rear pastern will be your combination today. Thank you. Oberhasli senior yearlings placing right to left today, one placing over two for the advantage in general appearance. She's a longer bodied doe. She's longer in that rump structure from her hips to her pin bones than the doe standing in second. In body capacity, it's a longer barreled individual as well. They're very similar in their dairy strength and body capacity relative to their size, so I really feel it is that overall general appearance that will make the placing 1 over 2 for me today. 2 placing over 3 now. In her turn of dairy strength, she's longer, leaner neck. She's sharper to the withers, more incurving of her thigh, more desirably wedge-shaped when looked down upon, more femininity about that head and neck as well over our third place doe. So a lot of dairy strength advantage here, with a slight advantage in general appearance in regards to the strength to the rear pastern and more desirable length of pastern, shorter rather than longer than we see in our third place doe. 3 placing over 4, it's her substance of bone, size, and scale. A doe that brings a lot more width throughout. She's wider in her chest and carries it back through, being wider from thurl to thurl. In body capacity, she's deeper barrel, deeper at the heart, and fuller at the point of elbow than the doe standing directly behind her in 4. 4 placing over 5 in levelness of top line, especially into the area of the chine and loin, not only at rest but on move as well. And also a doe that I feel is slightly straighter on her foreleg as well from the side profile than we see the doe standing in 5th. The 5th place doe, we do admire her openness of rib and the texture and pliability of skin. Thank you. This is our lineup and selection for junior champion Oberhasli. Let's give them a round of applause. A really nice quality group once again. We're here at the Big E. 4 age classes represent our Oberhasli line. First place does are closest to me. Second place does are directly behind them in the respective age class. For me, for the advantage in general appearance, for the tremendous height of escutcheon she has, the correctness about that front end assembly, keeping the point of elbow tighter against the body wall and tighter at the top of the junction of that shoulder, and coupled with that angulation to the rear leg set from side and from rear, it's the youngest kid in the line. You're my junior champion today. Congratulations. As that second place doe comes into line, we appreciate the body capacity in relationship to age, but a doe that doesn't quite blend as smoothly as my champion, nor the correctness to the rear legs that are height of escutcheon. When looking at the remaining line, the height of escutcheon and also the correctness of top line, once again, overwhelming general appearance, along with the overall dairy strength in regards to the openness of rib and angulation. Rib moves up 1 class to the second class. You're my reserve champion today. Congratulations. Once again, in group classes, I rarely move them around just for the sake of ease for the exhibitors and less stress on the animals and impact of animals. First is going to be right here in the center, over second to my left, for the correctness of the rear leg set as an overall group that we see. And then 2 will place over 3 for dairy strength. They're just showing us a more wedge shape when looked down upon, and just a more incurving of thigh as well over this third place group, which we appreciate their body capacity in relationship to their ages. Thank you. A single entry May-born kid to start off our Sable Junior show today. Length and leanness of neck, sharpness of withers, dairy strength is the category that really comes to mind when we look at this doe, and we do appreciate that dairy strength, and she'll compete for our championship today. Single entry in our Sable Senior Kid class, a February-born doe with a lot of substance of bone and body capacity. A doe I like to see slightly stronger over the top into the area of the chine, but we do appreciate the body capacity she brings and the substance of bone. Thanks. Another single entry in our Sable breed. This doe is a junior yearling. We appreciate the straightness of the foreleg and the length of cannon bone on this doe, as well as the dairy strength in regards to the openness and angulation of rib. Thank you. She'll compete for her champion in just a little bit. Sable dry yearlings placing right to left today. One placing over two for general appearance, a more desirable set to the rear legs with less tendency to hawk, with more width between the hocks and up into the escutcheon and a higher area of escutcheon. She's wider from thurl to thurl as well. She's more correct about that front end assembly and straighter on her foreleg when viewed from front, straighter on the foretoes and tighter about the foretoe than the doe standing in two. And then also in body capacity, a doe that just shows a lot more depth of barrel. So it's the general appearance and body capacity that hold the placing. 2 over 3 now, a closer placing but more pleasing rump angle that she and a more levelness into the loin when she's on the move, along with her dairy strength, more desirably wedge shaped and more open into the rib. A very deep body doe standing in 3, and her body capacity will be your combination today. Thank you. First and seconds, please. Four age classes represent the line today for our Sable Junior Championship. For the advantage, I feel, in general appearance, the length of body, the strength of top line, especially into the chine, and the fullness in the crops, the smoothness of blending from that neck into the pointer shoulder, and once again, that width and height of the escutcheon. A lot of general appearance to like about this doe, as well in body capacity. She's a longer barreled individual. It's my dry yearling at the top of the line. She's going to be your junior champion. A bit closer competition for our reserve championship today, but for the advantage that she has in dairy strength, much more openness of the rib and proper angulation of the rib, being more angled back towards her flank, the length and leanness of her neck, and then we evaluate the rump structure, the more pleasing rump angle, and the flatness of that rump from thurl to thurl. I'm going to stay in that same class. The second place dry yearling is your reserve champion today. A June-born doe to start off our Nigerian dwarf breed here. A doe that definitely could stand up more competition. I really like the overall wedge shape, angularity throughout, the incurving of her thigh from the side profile, which she'll be commended for. She'll come out and compete for our championship in just a little bit longer. Really nice class of Nigerian dwarf kids. Took a while to sort them out, and we got a trio that worked their way to the top, and I think you can move this trio around and still justify it a little bit. Last minute switch for me here. Started off with this first place doe over our second place doe. It's for the advantage of the height of escutcheon, the escutcheon and the arch of escutcheon as well she maintains, and as well as the correctness about the front end. Leading out with that brisket versus her foreleg. Having those forelegs placed more properly underneath that shoulder assembly over a very dairy individual standing in second. But it is that correctness about that front end, and the height and arch of escutcheon will place her over 2 today. Second place doe, extreme dairy strength, and places her over third. Length and leanness of neck, sharpness of withers, more incurving of thigh from side, out curving of thigh from rear, more desirably wedge shape will look down upon over our third place doe. 3 placing over 4, very similar pair of does, but it is for her turn of general appearance, a more desirable set to the rear leg with less tendency to hawk as she moves about the arena, more nearly level into the area of the rump, and more length from hips to pins, stronger to the rear pastern as well over our 4th place doe. 4 placing over 5, a bit of a substance of bone and width throughout. A doe that just carries a lot more width in her chest and carries it back through width from thurl to thurl. In front of the assembly, she keeps the point of elbow held much tighter against her body wall than the black and white, very flashy kid standing in 5. The black and white kid over the doe standing in 6 for the advantage in when she's on the move. It's the correctness to the rear leg set. It also more levelness into the loin and rump and straightness of the foreleg as well. Its general appearance that primarily hold that placing for me today in our 6th spot. 6 over 7. In her turn of length of body and strength into the area of the chine and strength to the rear pastern. Once again, general appearance with a slight advantage in dairy strength in regards to the texture and pliability of skin over our 7th place doe. 7 over 8. Now in her turn of front end assembly, a tighter junction of her shoulder blades against the withers. Less movement at the top of that shoulder. She blends more smoothly from the neck into the top of those withers that we see the doe standing in 8. 8 over the remaining class, primarily here in strength of feet and legs. Strength to forward rear passion, walking with more width between the hocks, and also an advantage in her turn of levelness of the rump compared to many does behind her today. Thank you. This is our class of 6 to 12 Nigerian dwarf does, placing right to left. One placing over 2 for the advantage here. She has in general appearance the levelness of her top line, especially into the area of the rump, more pleasing rump angle. She also has that tail head more center between her pin bones than we see in the doe standing 2. Also more correctness about the front end assembly, keeping the point of elbow tighter against her body wall, and less movement of those shoulder blades at the top of that shoulder over our doe standing in 2. 2 placing over 3. Our third place doe is wanting to take a rest here, but it is for the correctness of the feet and legs. She has a more proper angulation to the rear leg set from side profile, being more perpendicular from hock to pastern, stronger to the rear pastern, more proper depth of heel. 3 placing over 4. A doe that blades more smoothly from her neck into the withers, and more proper rump structure in her own right, more levelness of the top line, strength into the area of the chine, fullness into the area of the crops, and we see in this black doe standing 4. 4 placing over 5, a closer placing, but a doe that does track with more width between the hocks and up into the area of the escutcheon and a height of the escutcheon. She also has the advantage here in overall dairy strength that she has here. And in regards to the openness of rib, this black doe is extremely open in the rib compared to this red doe. And red doe over standing in 5, over 6. Now in her turn, correctness to those rear feet in regards to strength to the rear pastern, more desirable length of pastern, shorter rather than longer. She's also slightly straighter on her foreleg, more levelness into the area of the loin, so it's general appearance that we really see in top line of feet and legs in 5 over 6. 6 over the remaining class, and her turn of dairy strength. She's over the chocolate and white doe, much more length and leanness of neck, much more angulation throughout over our chocolate and white doe. Our chocolate and white doe over the solid chocolate doe for length of body, and also correctness about the front end assembly, straighter on the foreleg, having it more properly underneath that shoulder assembly. The chocolate doe over the black doe, and overall more growthy kid and bleeding more smoothly throughout than this black doe here, which will be commended though for the sharpness of withers. Thank you. Nice class. This is our junior yearlings. Of our Nigerian dwarf breed, placing right to left. Really, these first 5 work their way to the top, and I think you can maybe mix these 5 up and still justify. But starting off with a doe that I feel is the most balanced doe in the class. I have to listen to my personal bias go because I feel she's a little heavier than I would normally like to see, but she excels too in that general appearance. Levelness of top line, especially when on the move. She's wider between the hocks and up into the area of discussion. She tracks more correctly to that rear leg set. She's stronger to the rear pastern. She's straighter on her forefoot and tighter to the foretoes as well. She will yield some dairy strength to the doe directly behind her, especially the incurving of the thigh. But if for top line and general appearance, she places her 1/2 today. 2/3 now in her turn of general appearance, a much longer body doe from head to tail. She's more naturally level into the area of the rump. She has a more pleasing rump structure. The tail head is more placed properly between the center of those pin bones. You get her on the move and she just levels out a more natural angle, of a more pleasing rump angle that we see in this very dairy individual standing 3. 3 placing over 4, length and leanness of neck, the sharpness of withers, the openness of rib, the incurving of thigh from the side, the outcurving of thigh from the rear view will hold the placing over 4. 4 placing over 5, the width throughout. She's wider in her chest, carries it back through, being wider from thurl to thurl. And the thurl placement is more desirable 2/3 between hips and pin bones than the doe standing in 5. The 5th place doe over the 6th place doe, the strength of top line, especially into the area of the chine, the fullness area of the crops. The forelegs are placed more properly underneath that shoulder assembly, leading out with her brisket versus her foreleg, and the strength to the fore pastern as well. So overwhelming general appearance, even though she may yield slightly the depth of barrel to the doe directly behind her in 6. But we have to remember the body capacity points of our scorecard of our juniors is the least amount of points that we're dealing with, and we have the general appearance and dairy strength to hold the placing 5/6. 6/7 now in her turn. Of flatness of the rump from thurl to thurl when you get your hands on her. And also a doe that's slightly longer in the loin and wider loined individual than the doe standing in 7. 7/8, strength of feet and legs, rear pasterns, not only at rest but on move as well. Having those forelegs placed more properly underneath that shoulder assembly. The point of elbow is held much tighter against the body wall than the doe standing in 8. 8 over the remaining class, primarily here in overall correctness of top line when they're on the move. And also compared to some of the does further down the line, is her dairy strength and free of excess flesh and coarseness. Thank you. This is our senior yearling class of Nigerian dwarfs. One placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance, a much longer body doe, more correctness about that front end assembly, leading out with that brisket versus her foreleg. She's straighter on her foreleg and more correct about the fore pastern as well than we see in the doe standing in 2. Along with her body capacity, slightly more increasing depth back into that rear flank and slightly longer barreled individual. 2 over 3 for dairy strength, longer, leaner neck, free of excess fleshing and coarseness throughout, especially into the area of the neck and throat and thigh. Over our very deep body doe standing 3. The third place does carry a lot of excess weight today, but now she comes into the 3rd spot because she excels forward in overall width now. There's just too much of her to ignore, so to speak. Now she as a doe that's very level over the top line when she's on the move, but she lacks the dairy strength to go higher, but it is that levelness of top line and the width that she maintains puts her over 4. The red doe over the spotted doe. Get behind him, and it's more correctness to that rear leg set and more levelness and more pleasing rump angle than we see in this over the spotted doe. The spotted doe over the black and tan. Very close placing for me, but a doe that I feel is more correct about the front end, keeping the point of elbow tighter against her body wall, and also the rear leg set. Both of them are, I'd like to see a little bit stronger to that rear leg set. The black and tan doe over the brown doe. She's cleaner about the pole and more correct in rear leg angulation over the brown doe. The brown doe will be commended for the openness of rib and angulation of rib, the sharpness of withers, just not quite the overall width that we see higher. Thank you. We have 5 age divisions representing our lineup for junior champion Nigerian dwarf. Certainly some trade-offs. We had a lot of styles at our Nigerian dwarf breed show today. When looking at these does, the first place does are closest to me. The second place does are directly behind them in their age class. I really feel for the general appearance, the smoothness of blending from that neck into the point of the shoulder, the neck into the withers, the levelness of her top line, the more pleasing rump angle, that set to the rear leg when viewed from the rear, and then a very pleasing doe in regards to body capacity as well. The depth of the barrel that she maintains, and still maintaining the dairy strength. It is the junior yearling, second in line. You're my junior champion today. Congratulations. As that black and tan doe comes in, our second place doe, very long body doe. We appreciate the length of body she brings to the line. Not quite the levelness of the rump, nor the correctness to the foretoes that we have within some of the other does. And I feel now for the correctness of those feet legs, especially to those 4 feet, those 4 legs, and also blending more smoothly from our neck into that front end assembly. A doe that best complements my champion is this red doe standing second for men, standing straight away. You're my reserve champion today. junior get a sire. Once again, looking for uniformity of overall good type. One will be to my very far left, placing over 2 in the center for strength of top line, especially into the area of the chine, and they're slightly longer bodied does as well. Then 2 will then place over 3 in consistency and dairy strength. They're sharper into the withers and showing us some overall more dairy strength in the group as a whole, standing at our 3rd place group today. Thank you. This is our lineup for Best Junior Doe and Show. Let's give them a round of applause. A really nice group. I want to say thanks for having me. Let's give a round of applause for the staff up here, keeping track of placings. Really nice group. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and evaluate your dry does today, your junior stock. Really nice group. I'm very pleased with the lineup. I think they're overall consistent in general appearance and dairy strength and maintaining body capacity in relationship to their age. I think it's a group that's very consistent in their type, and hopefully you were able to follow me today. And when looking at this lineup, instead of going down and keeping everybody in suspense, I'm just going to talk about the doe that I really feel has the advantage out here. In general appearance, it's the smoothness of blending from the neck into the pointer shoulder, tight junction of the shoulder blades against the withers, the correctness of that rear leg set when you get behind her, and the width up into the discussion. And then in dairy strength, a very incurving of the thigh from the side, a doe that's very angular throughout, long, lean necked individual. And in body capacity, it's adequate. It's body capacity that fits the size and proportion of the animal. And for me today, the most balanced doe in this line in respect to the scorecard, your Best Junior Doe and Show for your Big E is the Nubian doe. Thanks again for having me. Really enjoyed myself. All right.